We'll call this meeting to order. Could everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? We will hold a moment of silence to start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
We have 16 present with Member Bryant absent.
Next up, is there a motion for the approval of the May 9th minutes? Member Daley, Member Duncan. Any comments or corrections? Seeing none, roll call.
Members Blair? Aye. Coates?
Aye.
Daley?
Aye.
Duncan?
Aye.
Elsasser? Aye. Groves Allison?
Aye.
Hare? Aye. Kelch?
Aye.
Phelan? Aye. Renault? Aye. Ricker? Aye. Rosenbaum? Aye. Rulin? Aye. Salzer?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Windisch? Aye. And Chairman Dillon.
Aye.
16 ayes.
Next, we're at proclamations and presentations. Mr. Renault, would you please come up? And Peoria Proud, would you please come up for your proclamation? Welcome, Kathy. A proclamation recognizing Peoria Proud and Pride Month.
Let's scoot down and make room for everybody. Welcome back. It's been a year already. This proclamation means a lot to me, to be able to give this to everybody up here, because I'm an open and out proud gay man and never thought that I would be standing up here one day giving a proclamation to an organization like this. So welcome back. Whereas Peoria County recognizes Peoria Proud for their commitment to promoting equity and diversity, fostering community through advocacy, education, and social outreach. And whereas Peoria Proud provides venues and opportunities for individuals and community growth, creating safe spaces for members of marginalized communities to assemble, especially during Pride Month, recognized every June. And whereas Peoria Proud stands for social progress, peace, and unity through events such as Peoria Pride Fest, being held this year on July 20th, 2024. And whereas Peoria Proud offers numerous resources for the LGBTQ plus community, such as abuse hotlines, affirming faith communities, physical and mental health care postings, connections with other similar LGBTQ plus organizations, and more. And whereas Peoria Proud remains dedicated to advancing their goals of justice, empowerment, community, inclusion, and freedom in the greater Peoria area. Now, therefore, I, James C. Dillon, Chairperson of the Peoria County Board, on behalf of the County Board, do hereby recognize Peoria Proud for their extensive contributions to the area's LGBTQ plus community. Dated this 13th day of June 2024, signed James C. Dillon and Rachel Parker, Peoria County Clerk. Say a few words?
Sure. Thank you all again, and thank you for having us, Chairman, and esteemed members of the board. We thank you so much for having us. It is not a given that anybody's city or county stand and recognize all of their marginalized communities. And so it is a comfort to know that Peoria County recognizes, accepts, affirms, and supports LGBTQ people living within its borders. we would welcome you to join us at River City Pride Festival on July 20th. 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. at the riverfront. Your presence there would just further show this community the amount of support and gratitude that we have for you. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Next up is a proclamation honoring the 50th anniversary of the Limestone Girls Softball Association. Member Allison and her special guests.
You can spread them down so we can fit everything. Is that everybody? We can scooch down just a little bit so we can fit everybody over here. We get y'all. Well, LGSA, the Limestone Girls Softball Association, is celebrating 50 years, actually next Wednesday. So we brought a bunch of our in-house and travel girls to receive this proclamation, and coaches, and recognize the vast age groups that we have. And we have a great bunch of girls that play their hearts out. So the proclamation here says, whereas Peoria County celebrates the Limestone Girls Softball Association on the occasion of their 50th anniversary, and whereas the origin of the program started in the early 1970s with Fran and Nancy Brown founding a travel league as the Bells, and whereas in 1982 the Limestone Girls Softball Association established itself at the former Oak Grove West Junior High School, and a founder's plaque remains mounted there in commemoration of its 35th season. And whereas since 2010, Alpha Park in Bartonville has been the home of the Limestone Girls Softball Association, which currently boasts 6 travel teams and many more in-house teams. And whereas the association sees an average of 210 girls a year come through its program, ranging in age from 14 to 18, or essentially their entire youth softball career. And whereas we would like to recognize the particular efforts of Jerry Behrens, who was one of the original founders, a board member, and a coach until 2012. He ensured the teams had the equipment they needed each year and was the catalyst to start the youngest Little Lassies division for ages 4 to 6. And whereas in 2012, the Limestone Girls Softball Association had the honor of being inducted into the American Softball Hall of Fame. Now, therefore, I, James C. Dillon, Chairman of the Peoria County Board, on behalf of the County Board, do hereby recognize and congratulate the Limestone Girls Softball Association for their extensive and ongoing commitment to youth in our community and the occasion of their 50th anniversary celebration, dated this 13th day of June, AD 2024. I'll also brag about my 16U. So this one is my daughter. She's 15. She plays 16U. This is her teammate, Alyssa. And this is my youngest. She's in 10U. She's 9. We have some other travel girls here, right here. I'm not sure if we have anybody else. And you guys are 14U. And a bunch of our in-house kids that range in ages. So is there anything you'd like to add? Sure.
So my name is Chris Yoakum. I'm the LGSA president. As Jennifer said, we have a vast age range here. We start from age 4 all the way up to 18. This year we have 14 in-house teams, and then we also have 6 travel teams. And thank you again for this, for the invitation.
Brian, will you This is the only time he'd be allowed to speak. No. We have two citizen remarks requests. I did ask for if there was a third. But first up, Jess Sturgis about the Planned Parenthood Peoria Health Center reopening ribbon cutting.
Hi there, everybody. Hi there, Council. My name is Jess Sturgis, and I use he, him pronouns. Sorry, you can probably hear me better now. My name is Jess Sturgis, and I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a proud supporter of Peoria Proud as one of our community partners at Planned Parenthood of Illinois. I'm a program manager and a community organizer for Planned Parenthood Illinois Action, which is our political and advocacy arm of Planned Parenthood of Illinois. We just recently were able to reopen our health center here in Peoria on Knoxville Avenue after being closed for over 1 year after an act of violence. Removing Planned Parenthood from our community has limited access to healthcare, reproductive healthcare, healthcare that is already gender-affirming healthcare, healthcare that is already stigmatized and difficult to access. So we are so excited to be reopened. We are so thankful to the city and the county of Peoria for, making it possible for us to return here and reopen our doors so we can serve people regardless of ability to pay, regardless of background, regardless of whatever brings you there. We are here for you. So we would like to invite all the council members and anyone in the community who would like to join us to our ribbon cutting this coming week. It is on June 18th, which is Tuesday, from 10 a.m. till 12 p.m. noon. We will be cutting the ribbon, hearing from some supporters, hearing from our CEO of Planned Parenthood, thanking our community partners, and we would love to have you there. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jess. Next, we have Darren Harding for the Hannah City Work Camp.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Darren Harding, a resident of Travola. Our family has had the property around the Hannah City Work Camp for close to 40 years, and we've just kind of watched the slow deterioration of the property. And I recently just purchased a small lot there where a house had burned down a few years ago. We had spent a lot of time cleaning it up, trying to improve the looks. And a couple of years ago, I talked with Paul Rosenbaum about the tree issue around the property, how it's invading out into the fields. And he got on it right away, and an individual from Peoria County, all I've got is his first name, was Larry, got a hold of us. They got somebody in there to trim the edges of the trees, and it was great. But unfortunately, that was only 2 years ago in 22, and now here we are in 24, and it's pretty much all back, and it's just becoming a real problem. So we had a lot of compliments on the small house lot that had been there just in a disastrous state that I had cleaned up, and several people had mentioned to me, it's sure too bad that we couldn't do something with the work camp. So I just decided yesterday, I called into the county board and just said if I could get on the agenda, and they explained what to do. So I appreciate that. So I'm just here to see if there's any possible plans at the work camp to possibly deal with the overgrowth that's happening around the edge, because unfortunately trimming them doesn't work. The tree company that does for Silco, they sprayed a bunch of trees along 116 a couple years ago, and within a year, all the trees were dead. And then they don't come back if we cut them off. So I'm just trying to plant the seed to see if there's anything we can do around the work camp. They're intertwined with the fence, so it's not much as far as we can cut the tops off, but it won't stop the growth. So that's really all I've got to say, is just wondering if somehow Peoria County has any plans with the work camp or at least how to deal with some of the overgrowth around the edge. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Next, if Judd, did you want to speak? Judd Giffen for the Edelstein Water District.
I've met quite a few of you already, but my name is Judd Giffen. I'm a civil engineer and a farmer, and I've been dealing with the Edelstein Water Co-op for 25 years. My grandfather was one of the founding members of it. I think but the system is very old and needs a lot of assistance. And in the past number of years, the water board doubled the rates to try to raise some funds, because we've tried to go after different funds to try to improve the system. The well has been slowly losing production. There's some sort of maybe it's an old pump or something jammed down in the well somewhere. We've talked to a number of drill wellers. We can't get that fixed. We have to drill a new well, and even then, that's just one well. Really need to have two to be redundant. So, and then if we do that, then we still have a radium issue, and we have to do treatment. So really, we were just looking at trying to connect to a water source, whether that was a pre-treated water source such as Princeville, so Princeville was interested in doing that. They're willing to put some money in. So we're trying to raise the money. The board is trying to raise money by doubling the rates, and the goal would be to eventually, what we're going after right now is a transmission line for Princeville to Edelstein. But ultimately, then LaHood's office has indicated if we get that in place, then we can get funding for treatment at Princeville and also some upgrades to the water system in Edelstein through LaHood's office. So our catch is we've got to get this transmission line in. So we're just asking for some ARPA funds from the board. The water co-op is putting in $250. We're trying to put in $250 right now, and Princeville has indicated they will match that. So we're just looking for some additional assistance in trying to solve this issue. There's 48 users, but it extends, the issue of water extends well beyond Edelstein. So, yeah.
Thanks, Judd. Before we get to the consent agenda, I want to turn it over to Member Daly to recognize a young gentleman that is present.
Thank you, Chairman Dillon. I asked my intern, who's going to be in our office for the summer, if he would come. He is a pretty amazing young man. He was valedictorian last year at Notre Dame. He is now at DePauw, has a perfect grade point, is a physics major. He is on their tennis team, and he's an accomplished piano player. And he lives in Member Kelch's district, and I certainly hope that Member Kelch will always be appropriately helping out with anything that Scott Anderson might need. He's a great young man.
You don't get off that easy. You got to say a few comments about Member Daly now.
With pleasure. I've only been under Member Daly's wing for probably 8 or 9 days now, but I'm in a workspace where I've never been even thinking about before, government, state government, and she has made the transition so much fun. I'm learning so much under her wing, and she's always there to help me out, and I couldn't ask for a better boss. So I appreciate the recognition, and thanks for letting me be.
Okay, keep going. Keep going.
Next is consent agenda. Is there a motion to put on the floor? Member Blair? Member Hare? Are there any items that would like to be pulled? Member Rulon? C12. Is there any other items to be pulled? Member Daley?
I don't want to pull C14, but what I would like to request is a timeline as to when we might be able to expect this project to be completed. And the other comment I would make is that I think it would be really helpful to the public if we had dollar figures in these resolutions. Now, I know some of them need to say estimate, but I just feel like in terms of transparency, we should not make the public go back and read minutes from the committee in order to find that out, or go through 100 pages. So those would be my only two comments: timeline and dollar amounts.
Thank you, Member Daley. Any other items to be pulled? If not, roll call on the consent agenda. It was Member Blair and Hare. And welcome, Mr. Brown.
Members Blair,
Aye.
Coates,
Aye.
Daley,
Aye.
Duncan,
Aye.
Elsesser, Groves Allison,
Aye.
Hare, Kelch, Phelan, Renault, Ricker, Rosenbaum, Rulon,
Aye.
Stalzer,
Aye.
Williams, Windisch, and Chairman Dillon.
Aye.
16 ayes.
C12. I guess before, just for the sake of everybody, on the appointments, I don't know if you had not seen, but there was a delay for some of the health department ones, and that is the terms are a little out of whack, and credit to Monica and Nancy for their work to try to figure out the right terms, but that is to balance them right. Those members will continue to serve until next month, until somebody get reappointed. The two that you did see on there tonight were new appointments from resignations on the board, so that's why for quorum purposes we went forward. I just want a clear explanation. If you had seen a document of why they should have been appointed, which would have been on last month's, to why they weren't there, just working on making sure their terms coincide where it's a third, and a third, not over half of the board in one setting. So just wanted to make that clear. Next is C12. A resolution from the Infrastructure Committee recommending approval of the lowest responsible bid of Hine Construction for the construction of a storage building at the Highway Department's North Station. Is there a motion? Member Salzer? Member Rulon? And welcome, Mr. Eunice. Member Rulon?
Mr. Eunice, you happen to be part of the reasoning for my pulling this item. To add a little bit of discussion, I do happen to agree with Member Daley, though, so I will add that bit of information up front. Hine Construction was the low bidder at, if I'm not mistaken, $410,000. Don't hold me exactly to that, but it's in that ballpark. The point that I want to make about this, having separated it from the consent agenda, is that this is our first project after hiring the services of Bob Eunice as a construction manager. He met with Highway Department officials. He visited the site, understood exactly what the need was. He wrote an outline quote, an outline specification, which then came here to staff to flesh it out with the proper legalese, get it out for bid. The bid has been awarded, and without the need for an outside engineering or architecture firm, we've saved approximately $80,000. I think this points out the need for this position. I think we can continue to save a lot of money on smaller projects that don't require architects and engineers. I hope to see a lot more of this. That project is due to start almost daily. I don't know if we have an exact start date, but this month for sure they'll be underway. I would, maybe dangerous, but I would venture to guess that the Highway Department was pleased with their interactions. Jeff, Harry, Mark were all interviewed by Bob, and we attended a meeting together, and the result is moving forward with this project at a tremendous savings. So that's my only reasoning for having it pulled, is to make sure you're aware of that.
Thanks, Member Ruin. Member Salzer.
Terry, thank you for pointing this out to the body, and you're correct on the bid. And then we had 3 other additions, as well as the 5% on the contingency fund, and it ended up right at $440,000, and that'll all be taken care of through our ARPA money.
And I will add, we have another project coming out here soon that Bob did the design specs for to go out for bid. Again, in that design build stage, saving us money. I think there's genuinely some frustration around the horseshoe of the speed of some of our projects, the way that they've been moving. So I know people haven't seen Bob as much as it was probably intended. I do want to know behind the scenes, Bob has toured the facilities, had conversations. They're participating, I believe it comes to committee this month for recommendations on the master facilities plan. Bob took part of that. So there are things behind the scenes, maybe not as much. Hopefully, if you see down in the ARPA where we have all these projects that are getting ready to go out for bid or close, you have to have projects to manage. We've had some bigger ones that people don't see, whether they be roofs or road projects. I know there was some consultation on that. It's just not ones we've been able to visually see at the clip that we would probably like to see. So hopefully that changes moving forward. Just wanted to, if you have any questions for Bob, he was here. Just thought it with this one that it was important to see. So thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Open for any other questions if need be. Seeing none, Member Ricker.
I'll just add a comment. I think Mr. Rulin was the one that challenged us to think out of the box on this one and not go to a traditional architect engineering. And so again, I just want to highlight that, Member Rulin in this situation did a good job of challenging us, and I think we'll have a good result. And again, engaging, a construction manager is a great tool. So I just want to compliment both of them.
Any other questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Members Blair,
Aye.
Coates,
Aye.
Daly,
Aye.
Duncan,
Aye.
Elsesser, Groves Allison,
Aye.
Hare, Kelch, Phelan, Renault, Ricker, Rosenbaum, Rulin,
Aye.
Salzer,
Aye.
Williams, Wendish, and Chairman Dillon.
Aye.
17 ayes. We are at zoning ordinances and resolutions. Item 1 is case ZBA 2024-027, petition of Holly Hayden, a special use request from section 20-5.2.2.2.I of the Unified Development Ordinance, which allows for event centers in the A2 Agriculture Zoning District. The petitioner proposes to operate an event center at this location. The parcel is located in Kickapoo Township. The Zoning Board of Appeals recommends approval. The Land Use Committee concurs.
Member Rosenbaum, Member Daley. Questions, comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Members Blair? Aye. Coates?
Aye.
Daly?
Aye.
Duncan?
Aye.
Elsasser? Groves Allison? Hare? Kelch? Phelan? Ricker? Renault? Rosenbaum? Rulin? Salzer?
Aye.
Williams? Windisch? And Chairman Dillon.
Aye.
17 ayes. Item 2, case ZBA 2024-034, petition of JM 901 Ventures, Inc., a special use request from section 20-5.2.2.2.I of the Unified Development Ordinance, which allows for an event center in the A2 Agriculture Zoning District. The petitioner proposes to operate an event center at this location. The parcel is located in Roseville Township. The Zoning Board of Appeals recommends approval. The Land Use Committee concurs.
Member Rosenbaum, Member Daley. Questions, comments? Member Rosenbaum.
Just to let everybody know, this one's over at the old Kickapoo Creek Winery, so I'll know where it's kind of going back into the same thing that it was doing. Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't know if you could not hear him or not, but it was what he said was that it was the old Kickapoo Creek Winery is what this was.
So it's someone new is buying the facility, is that right, or
Correct.
Yeah.
The lady that currently owns Banuchiska has a long history of operating facilities like that.
Okay, because I got a call from one of the residents, and they said there were some concerns. They got all those things ironed out.
I believe they talked to the owners and everything.
Okay.
Sounded like they got it resolved.
Good.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Members Blair? Aye. Coates?
Aye.
Daly?
Aye.
Duncan?
Aye.
Elsasser? Groves Allison?
Aye.
Hare? Kelch? Phelan? Renault? Ricker? Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Rulin?
Aye.
Salzer?
Aye.
Williams? Windisch? And Chairman Dillon.
Aye.
17 ayes. Item 3 is case ZBA 2024-037, petition of Matt LaCour, a special use request from section 20-5.1.3.1.a of the Unified Development Ordinance, which allows for a major home occupation in the A1 Agricultural Preservation Zoning District if the lot is less than 5 acres. The petitioner proposes to continue operation of a trucking company at this location. The parcel is located in Akron Township. The Zoning Board of Appeals recommends approval. The Land Use Committee concurs.
Member Rosenbaum, Member Daley. Questions, comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Members Blair? Aye. Coates?
Aye.
Daly?
Aye.
Duncan?
Aye.
Elsasser? Groves Allison?
Aye.
Hare? Kelch? Phelan? Renault? Ricker? Rosenbaum? Rulin? Salzer? Williams? Windisch? And Chairman Dillon.
Aye.
17 ayes. Item 4 is a resolution from County Infrastructure Committee recommending approval of a waste and recycling hauling contracts for multiple county facilities.
Member Salzer? Member Duncan? Any questions, comments? Member Williams?
I will be a no vote on this. We only got one bidder.
Mr. Chairman, it was explained to the Infrastructure Committee that our garbage will be picked up at a cheaper rate. Yes, the bidder, and there was only one company that bid on it, and we were somewhat disappointed at that. And Scott said he would check into seeing why we only had one, possibly why we only had one bid. But GFL and certainly, you know, we've had some battles with them recently in regard to our landfill and so forth. But anyway, as a couple people told me that were associated with the committee, you got to have the garbage picked up. And so with only one bid, you know, that's who we had to give it to.
Member Blair?
Does it make sense to put this, are we allowed to put this out again if we only had one bidder?
So typically in those scenarios, you don't, because once that number has been exposed, that number is out there, and it is not a fair bidding practice typically to rebid something when the one person's number is out there. That has been historically from, like in construction, common practice. Member Blair.
Can Scott remind us what happened with our last, the service that we've been having with them and why we put this out to bid again?
Happy to, Member Blair. So since GFL acquired Peoria Disposal Company, and Peoria Disposal Company was the contracted vendor for all of our facilities except the jail and juvenile detention center, we've seen a market price escalation. In some cases, varying from facility to facility, but at some facilities, as much as 35–40% from where the prior levels were. That equates to somewhere between, $10,000–$15,000 of added cost per year. And that includes municipal solid waste, so garbage, recycling, and landscape waste. So it's three types of waste that are being collected. Those prices seem to be escalating too quickly and at too high a rate, so we decided to go out for bid. We structured the bid so that all the vendors could respond to in an a la carte type fashion. So you could either bid all of our facilities combined, or you could pick and choose, so maximum flexibility for the respondents. And as we heard, there was only one respondent.
Any other questions? Member Rosenbaum.
This has also yard waste involved in this.
That is one of the pieces being collected,
Okay.
correct.
I'll be abstaining because it comes to me, so it would be a conflict of interest.
Any other questions? Thank you, Member Rosenbaum. Seeing none, roll call.
Members Blair?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Daly?
Aye.
Duncan?
Aye.
Elsesser? Groves Allison?
Aye.
Hare? Kelch? Phelan? Renault? Ricker? Rosenbaum? Rulin? Salzer? Williams? Windisch? And Chairman Dillon.
Aye.
14 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. Next would be miscellaneous and announcements.
So we will start on member Elsasser's and work around. We're going to do miscellaneous. It is not on the agenda, but we will go into a quick, I'm hoping under 5-minute executive session for purchase or lease of real property update. Just want to give you a quick update of something. Then we will go back out to the ARPA discussion so that there's nothing when we're done with ARPA. I feel like ARPA will last a little longer, and I don't want to stifle that conversation by having something else on the agenda afterwards. So, Member Elsasser, anything for miscellaneous? Member Renault.
I just wanted to remind everybody that next Saturday, is Peoria County employees get into the museum for free, so you can go see the new sharks exhibit, which is pretty cool. I got to see it, so if you have an opportunity to stop by.
Thank you, Member Renault. Member Salzer. You don't want to remind everybody?
I thought everybody probably had it down in their diaries that they were going to help clean up the road that we adopted numerous years ago when Tommy O'Neill, I think, was the chairman, was the last time that we worked on keeping that road clean. And now, instead of it being in Mr. Elsasser's district, it's now in Mr. Ricker's district.
Matt, do you have anything? Member Allison.
For anyone in the county who's looking to get their daughter involved in softball, the 50th anniversary is actually Wednesday, and they're doing a big event at Alpha Park. So it's a great time to get more information or learn about the organization. 5 to 8 Wednesday.
Member Blair.
Graffelman Farms Rescue, which I'm happy to be on the board of, is having a murder mystery dinner on July 6th at Brock's Hospitality Catering. You can find out more information and purchase tickets at our website, gfrpets.org, and all the proceeds go to Graffelman Farms.
Member Duncan. I know you have one. VAC. Open house for the veterans.
Of course, most certainly. I'm in addition to inviting everyone, the board members and those who are in our audience, to the VAC, the Veterans Administration Commission open house, which is next Friday, I believe, the 21st. And all are invited. It's a brand new facility. Well, it's new to them, and they moved because of the lack of space in the previous location. And so we're asking all of you to come and see what's going on there. And you can ask questions to those who are in charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Dunn. Member Coates.
Yes, I just want to let everyone know that the annual Juneteenth celebration is this Saturday, June 15th, at the historic George Washington Carver Community Center, John Gwynn Park, and it starts with, there's lots of activities. They got like morning yoga, but there also is going to be a parade with the NAACP. I think it starts at like 11 and it goes all day till around 5 or a little bit later. So it's just an opportunity to be educated, learn, have community activities, and get folks together to celebrate this amazing day of Juneteenth.
Thank you, Member Coates. Member Hare? Nothing. Member Ruin?
I have one quick thing. Sometimes board members feel like the complaint department here at the county, so I'm going to offer you a text that I received from a constituent this morning congratulating the mowing crews out on county highways. It is, this is the words of the constituent who said it's hot and dangerous and they're doing a fantastic job. So kudos to Highway.
Scott, anything? Rachel? So, won't happen till that. Anybody out looking for something to do on 4th of July, head over to West Peoria. I'll have, look me up. I will have refreshments for you. I'm sure it'll be hot, but if you've never been to the 4th of July parade in West Peoria, you at least need to experience it once. It will be, it's one of probably the better attended parades, and just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to all the board members for when I was under the weather here recently, for reaching out and picking up some slack while I was down and out. So thank you and appreciate it. And with that, is there a motion to go into executive session? Elsesser Member Ricker? I don't. For those of you in attendance, we'll have to have everybody leave and then come back. I don't foresee this lasting very long, hopefully. Honestly, we can we'll just stay in here and do mics out. So everybody go out and we'll be hopefully out in a couple minutes. Sorry that 5 minutes turned into about a half hour. Everybody can take the horseshoe. I should have said this under miscellaneous, but if you haven't, I know there was mentions of the museum, and there was a free day last week. Was lucky to be invited, me and Mr. Sorrell, and there was other people there, but let me make sure I get his name right. Alfred Conte, a world-renowned artist, was commissioned to do a painting in Peoria, the first painting he has ever done outside of his home in Atlanta. And big deal, the museum drove up, met him in Chicago, showed him some love, and he came to Peoria. And it was point blank, why? He goes, you guys showed me some love, I showed you some love back. And he came here, spent some time with the museum. Mr. Booth drove around town, took 20 photos, different parts, and got a photo of these 3 kids and their dad leaving a barbershop on the south end. And he painted this photo that was unveiled at the museum, which is owned by the museum. This is a gentleman, he has a portrait of twins, I think, that Miss Walton paid, Alice Walton of Walmart, paid multi-million-dollars for, and he's one of the, like, I don't know art that well, but he is renowned in his realm, and this is a painting which looks like a photo. The man was amazing. There was a documentary produced on it, and that is hanging at the museum. So if you go see sharks or anything like that, and we are planning on having one of our upcoming meetings, Tuesday meetings there. So you'll get the opportunity. I'm sure John will pull you upstairs to show you. But to have that in Peoria, have him to come here, big deal. So just wanted to make sure that was known. So with that, now we finally get to ARPA discussion a little later than we have, but Heather and Scott have put a very good presentation together. As we talk through these and we get to the items, I think it'd be best just maybe to slow it down and we work through the slide decks all the way at the end when we're into the individual buckets and talk through those. And this is not a vote to move anything forward. This is a straight policy discussion and consensus. So hopefully everybody can stick around and we don't whittle down. If we have to start losing some people, we might have to have the conversation, but we clearly need direction. Full confidence, Heather and Scott, that we will have this money allocated and spent, but it needs to be under contract by this year, and this is the plan to go forward. So they'll go through the first slide decks, and then when we get to the other things, I'll ask for some input on those, on the plans, and we'll move from there. So,
all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, everybody should have at their desk, I should have done this in regular announcements, community announcement on the Community Health Needs Assessment. Please take the survey. Please encourage your constituents to take the survey. It's a partnership with Tazewell and Woodford counties and our healthcare partners in the community. So it's very important that we get that feedback. Second, obviously severe weather is upon us. If we get put under a tornado warning or if the sirens go off, we will need to recess the meeting. We will go to the ground floor and shelter in place, and we will stay there until the sheriff's office releases us. Oh, yes. They will not let you leave the building. Yeah, only if the sirens go off. Okay. During the break, Shauna handed out 4 documents. One is dated June 12th that is addressed to Chairman Dillon. One is an email from Member Ricker. One is an email from Chairman Dillon, and one is a table with blue shading on it. We'll get to each one of those throughout the discussion, but just wanted to make sure everybody had those. All right, how we're going to, Heather and I are going to run through the slide deck for you, which was distributed to the board members earlier this week. Heather's going to walk through the first several components. and then we'll flow into the policy discussion. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Heather. And Heather's just going to either nod or tell me when she wants to advance the slide.
Or you can read my mind, which you might in some of these instances. Thank you for letting us present tonight. We kind of want to do a high-level recap of where we started a few years ago and where we're going, talking about funds that were available to us, eligible and ineligible uses, other information, funds appropriated, and what we have spent to date, and then obviously have a policy discussion. Nationwide, there were $1.9 trillion distributed. The county's share of that was $65.1 billion. Within our county, there was a total of $86.034 million distributed, of which our Peoria County government share was $34.8 million. On to the uses. There are 4 main buckets that the Treasury has designated. The first is to support urgent COVID-19 response efforts. Second, replace lost public sector revenue, which is the broadest category. Third, support immediate economic stabilization, and then address systemic public health and economic challenges. Of the eligible uses, they have since added 3 different categories: provide relief from natural disasters, build critical transportation infrastructure, and support community development. But the 4 eligible uses are what the county board had determined from the beginning back in 2021 and are what we are focusing on currently. The Treasury has also emphasized or highlighted an emphasis on equity-focused services to provide additional flexibility for the hardest hit communities and families, and which is broadly applicable to the qualified census tracts. These equity-focused services are intended to address health disparities, housing in neighborhoods, educational disparities, and promote healthy childhood environments, and a lot of the social determinants of health funding that the board had allocated that is kind of going into these categories here. The next slide shows the qualified census tracts with the equity-focused services. There are also ineligible uses and they are very clear on where funds cannot be spent. We cannot change anything to reduce our net tax revenue. We cannot put extraordinary or extra payments into a pension fund. We can't pay ourselves, basically move it from one bucket to another county bucket for financial reserves or rainy day funds. And we are not allowed to fund debt service payments, legal settlements, or judgments. Prior to my arrival, a survey was distributed to the community with about 360 respondents, prioritizing spending categories as follows in this particular question. The heavy weight was on invest in water, sewer, and broadband. Right behind weight was providing premium pay to essential workers, then addressing negative economic impacts, supporting public health expenditures, and replacing lost public sector revenue, which I think is probably a category that is very confusing to a lot of people. So that could be why it was ranked lower. To go through our use of funds to date, these were the original board parameters established at the policy discussion in August of 2021. On the left are the 4 main categories identified by Treasury. And then on the right are the categories and initiatives that the county board determined they would spend the funds on back in 2021. They are correlated. They total $34.8 million that we were distributed, and then with the premium pay to be determined. So obviously, there have been a little bit of a shift in there. This slide outlines what was originally planned for use in each eligible category. We had $20.4 $4 million planned for the public health and negative economic impacts, 11.4 to replace public sector lost revenue, 2.5 million to invest in broadband, sewer, and water infrastructure, and then 442,000 for premium pay for essential workers. What was expended to date, fiscal 22, 23, and 24 to date are also indicated on this table. And then the appropriation that the board approved at the October 2023 board meeting for the budget to allocate and appropriate the remaining use of the funds. Now, this is critical to point out because at the time of the budget vote, the definition of the Treasury of obligated, so the funds have to be obligated by December 31st, 2024. At that time, it was appropriated or budgeted. They have since made a change in their definition of obligation, and now it means it has to be under contract or spent by the end of 2024. So anything that is unspent to date has to be contracted by the end of this fiscal year, and then spent by the end of December 31st of 2026. With that, we adjust to show on this slide what has been obligated or contracted or paid to date, and in the different categories. We have a balance of $9.7 million that has not been spent or obligated that we want to have this policy discussion surrounding. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see here that 9.7 figure is carried over from the prior slide. The next line has $100,000 of LATCF funds. And for those of us who don't know what that means and don't like acronyms, it's Local Assistant and Tribal Consistency Funds. So these have the same stipulations as ARPA. So we have to obligate a total of $9.8 million by the end of this calendar fiscal year. We have another $2.8 million that we have earned in interest to date through April 30th that is available but does not have to be obligated. It can be used on any other expense that we deem, and that doesn't necessarily have to be reported to the Treasury because those funds are ours to use as we wish. But we do have available $12.7 million. We are still accruing a little over $140,000 a month in interest at this moment, but as we spend down more, obviously that'll reduce. So that number will change, but currently it's $12.7 million we have available.
Okay, so as we look at what the board decided in 2021, the first point that we would seek guidance from the board on is, do you want to keep? Are these still the priority levels and the amounts that we want to prioritize? This is a high-level summary. We've got, if you looked at the slide deck in advance, each one of these is broken down. So let's start with social determinants of health. How this and all the other slides here are organized. You'll see and it's obviously easier to read in your own materials at your desk. You'll see that there was $2.4 million to be set aside for social determinants of health. If a row in the table is uncolored, then that's either action that you've already taken, or which means that there would be a contract in place or an intergovernmental agreement in place, or money has actually been expended. So in this instance, which is our first example, we have an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Peoria for social determinants of health, and you can see that we have the $1.2 million from the city that we have to expend, but we don't have to obligate that. The city had to obligate that, and they did by virtue of the intergovernmental agreement. So we only have to worry about obligating our $1.2 million. That makes up the other half of it. And A big chunk of that has actually already gone through an obligation process. If you recall from the intergovernmental agreement with the city, you delegated the obligation and the expending of these dollars to the Board of Health. Does anybody have questions about that before we move to small business assistance?
Member Alsasser.
Could you help out my weak mind? Can you explain to me what the social determinants of public health are, please?
So in this instance, and how these dollars are largely going to be used, and a good example of how we've already used some of these dollars is you approved a grant to Phoenix Community Development Services for one of their projects that was contingent upon them getting tax credits. They actually were successful in getting those tax credits, so that project is going to move forward. The lion's share of the rest of these dollars are going to be spent on housing, a variety of housing type programs that could be, again, targeted in the qualified census tracts. That could be rehabilitation, so roofs, windows, trying to further maximize some of the federal lead dollars that the health department receives through that grant from Housing and Urban Development. Or it could be rental assistance programming. There's a whole host of housing programs that the health department is evaluating. In fact, I was just reviewing last week the final draft of the notice of funding opportunity or funding availability that we are actually going to put out on the street for not-for-profit service providers in the community to respond to, where we will be a grant-making agency to those entities.
Any other questions? So, Scott or Monica, so other than the Phoenix and some other money that's been allocated towards that, I think one of the questions is, will you have money under contract or spent by the end of the year? This has been one of those categories which, and in full disclosure, I don't know if I fully understand when we did this. This is completely Board of Health's purview for how to allocate this money, not our county or city council to tell them how to use this money. So we talked in general of some programming, but that's pretty vague in the sense of just some more details maybe so that we understand that this money is going to be spent and allocated. And I mean, we talked about rental assistance, but that can mean a lot of things. Is that on top of other programs that MeTech's doing, Neighborhood House is doing, on top of all that, or how is that going through you? I know you said agencies, but I think it's just important that we're all here, we all understand what that programming actually entails. Member Alsasser.
I really do appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, because I wanted to say the same thing, but I didn't. It was just kind of a blur on what specific things it's really going to be used for, so I really do appreciate that.
Thanks, Brian.
So maybe to give a little bit of a level set, the discussion around what is a social determinant of health, I think that kind of helps ground this. So when we look at social determinants of health, we look at those key upstream factors that not only impact health, but they impact education, economic development within a community. So it seems almost appropriate, as Scott mentioned, you guys all have in front of you the Community Health Needs Assessment survey. We do this every 3 years as a tri-county. This includes our health departments, both Peoria, Tazewell, and Woodford, as we are obligated to do this by mandate, as well as our 2 hospital systems, OSF St. Francis Medical Center and Carl West Peoria, also required to do this from an IRS regulation. When we go through this process, we look at data to understand what factors influences health in our communities. And we start prioritizing our aspects around this. One of the biggest issues that came through from our previous cycles has been around housing, having secure housing for individuals to be stabilized to then get supportive services. And so with housing being such a complex issue, as well as how other federal agencies fund housing and how we've locally funded housing, there's always gaps we've identified. And so one of the interesting aspects about the ARPA dollars is that there is flexibility in spending in terms of supporting families and those that have been disproportionately impacted by COVID and other public health issues. And so working with the city as well as our data resources, our continuum of care, we identified different gaps in housing that there is no routine funding available, but we need these kind of specialized funds. So far what we have spent is, as Scott has mentioned, was putting money towards our Phoenix Manor. Phoenix Manor is really focused on ending or getting to zero, so to speak, effectively for families in our community. So it's filling that gap of that type of housing program for families to be sheltered. The second program that we have is actually a rental assistance program, but for not high acuity. The way you can consider this program that we've been working on with the city as well as the continuum is that there is a coordinated intake list of individuals that have that are in need of housing. However, to be on the list and the amount of properties, you need to have a higher acuity score. And so almost it's an advantage to get placed is if you have more issues, sadly. And so what you see is that families end up being on the list and their severity increases, and then with that, other health issues also exacerbate. So that program has been working on taking the individuals that are actually the lowest acuity to actually take them out of that kind of faucet, so to speak, to get them placed in housing and being much more flexible. Understanding a lot of their debt that they have received has been because of healthcare costs associated with just poor health outcomes, as well as COVID being one of them. The last and the grant process that Scott has mentioned is the one that we are currently working on, which hopefully by going out to the being reviewed, finalized, we'll be able to push out and then start the contracting process. So again, very comfortable about getting that obligated by the end of this year and under contract. But again, that's the second part of this. So we've kind of focused on unsheltered households. We're focused on getting people off the continuum that are at a lower acuity so that we can address their needs faster. And the next one is related to housing and home ownership, which is another big gap that we have in our health issues. So again, what we've looked at this dollars from and using the data that we've collected year after year and cycle after cycle from the needs assessment is really focused on the fact that when we have looked at the risk factors associated with poor health, housing continuously is the number one issue. And so with the flexibility of these dollars, we're able to fill the gap that our community development, our planning and zoning, as well as our continuum have identified is where there is no reliable funding source, but it's a need that they continuously see to fill. And so that's what we've been able to do with the dollars so far, and we hope to do with the third bucket, which will be the one that goes out to the grant making process. So maybe a larger explanation than you guys wanted, and I apologize.
Monica, for the benefit of the horseshoe, these dollars are largely going to be targeted in the qualified census tracts versus the entire county, correct?
Correct.
And would all those qualified census tracts be located in the city of Peoria, or are there rural qualified census tracts?
They are all in the East Bluff, the South End, and the Central Bluff. So all inside the city of Peoria. Even and what's regrettable is census tracts that Vice Chairman Williams represents and resides in, and has very similar health scores and poverty characteristics as their neighbors on the east side of Laramie. They're not in the city of Peoria, and therefore they're not in a qualified census tract.
But if I can add, one part of that is that the program that we're looking to do from home ownership does talk about the fact that there needs to be mortgageable housing availability. So while we are targeting areas in the equity focus, we also recognize that it potentially can spread to areas around there. So we're not limiting ourselves necessarily, but we are focused to your point, not necessarily in the rural communities, but in the qualified census tracts and those communities around it as well within Peoria County.
And so for the sake of just definitions out here, what qualifies as a census tract? Is it just health scores, poverty scores? What is housing, lack of affordable housing in that? Just for everybody's sake, I'm trying to understand.
It's a definition by the U.S. Census Bureau, so they make that decision and no one else. And it's largely, it's a collection of poverty-related data points. So that could be population, it could be median income, it could be median home price, and several other factors.
Member Alsasser.
I just looked it up here. Tracts that are those in which 50% or more of the households are income eligible, and the population that satisfy this criterion does not exceed 20% of the total population in the respective area, whatever that means. So. But anyway, my question is that, you know, this seems like every day you turn the news on, there's another federal program for housing. I mean, to take care of the people that are in need. I mean, and I want to do that, and everybody wants to do that. So why are we all of a sudden doing that when the federal government has all these programs out there already? It's just a question.
I think the key part is understanding the gaps. You know, when there are federal grants out there, and as an entity in the county that is 60% grant funded, there are limitations in terms of allowable costs, flexibility of programming. And so to make it, again, based on the subject matter experts we have in our community and the great work they do in assessing this, it really is understanding the flexibility of the programming. So I'll use a good example in our own program, which is Women, Infant, Children, WIC. In the WIC program, it is income-based, but we also recognize that some of our rural partners, while they may have above the income area, they live in areas that don't have access to necessarily grocery stores or other WIC locations, so it makes a challenge for them as well. But because the grant is so specific, it doesn't allow us to do anything outside of that scope. So then we find resources from different community foundations to support that gap in our community. A good example is car seats and safety. A lot of our families talk about it. WIC allows us to give so many, but then we partner with IDOT to give us even more flexibility. So this is a similar idea around the housing scope where it allows for flexibility because housing is a very complex issue in terms of the ability to get landlords, tenants, your loans, your mortgages, everything together. There's a lot of limiting factors, and so this allows to provide support to fill that gap here locally.
Any other questions? Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Monica.
All right, next up is small business assistance. In 21, the board said you wanted to allocate $1 million to that initiative. To date, we've spent a little over $354,000, and we have another $150,000 obligated. And that $150,000 obligated is contracts to the Minority Business Development Center and for our Smart Start dashboard project. So that's why those rows are uncolored. The rows that are beneath that are shaded in a lighter form of green, and those are if you wanted to continue to allocate or have $1 million allocation for small business assistance. These are some recommendations Heather and I have brainstormed to bring to you. And so those would include such things as increasing the micro grants that Member Blair's subcommittee has reviewed and made awards to for those that are eligible. There were some that were ineligible and were denied. And that would be an increase for the ones that had already been awarded. The second piece is the next several rounds of funding so that those are yet to be awarded. And we aren't going to know who those recipients are because it's been a rolling grant application process, which means that we would need someone, ideally, to administer that. That way we can obligate those dollars. And so the recommendation here is, if you wanted to go down that path, it would be Distillery Labs. We recommend Distillery Labs because that is actually in their wheelhouse and one of their intended purposes. And then last on this list is a grant to the grocery store project down at the corner of Western and Lincoln. That's a project that we've been working on for a couple of years. The current, or the owner and applicant is a local business owner that, when they started, didn't really have a good strategy and a plan, but they've gone and worked with the Illinois Institute of Rural Affairs rural grocery team at Western Illinois University. The state has created a grocery initiative grant program that they will be applying for. They probably are one of the most qualified applicants for that program, but any funding that we would recommend would be contingent upon them receiving that grant, which would be in excess of, from the state, from $1 million. And so our money would be last money in, and would be the local match to that state grant. And then, again, if successful, there would actually be a future recommendation that would include a business development loan for the rest of the local match to that state grant. So, first question is, do you want to continue to spend $1 million? If yes, how do you want to spend those dollars if there's things on this list that you don't like?
So, Vice Chairwoman Williams and myself met and pre-gamed over this. I would like to throw out a proposal to the board on how to reallocate some of this money. So the extra $2,500 for them filling out a survey, I think there's a general consensus that you should have filled out a survey for your first $5,000. So no. Increasing them to $7,500, we've done some good work, Eden's team, with everything. $5,000, I know it's not a ton of money, but leave it at that and fund $50,000 in '25, $50,000 in '26, which would then lower the $25,000 distillery lab fee. So that would free up about $185,000. The proposal for that would be, if you haven't seen, Congressman LaHood had two of his members' requests were Radnor Road and helping some money with the city of Peoria for the Galena Park Innovation Park development. We have been asked to be a part of that partnership. I think it would be wise for us to take, instead of Keystone dollars for some of that, $185,000 roughly, $180,000 when you, whatever that number settles on. We would still be funding the grant programs. We just wouldn't be at $7,500, but then apply that so that we can make that, start that process to make it shovel ready with some design. There's some basic design, but you still are going to have drawings to get that infrastructure in place, the roads in place, and then the envelopes for the building. I believe that there's enough people around this horseshoe that believe that we should be a partnership in developing that business park. I do not know what our total all-in investment would, but this would buy down the investment that we would have to take from Keystone dollars later on to be partners with the city to develop that. And the reason we would be part of that development was we do have the Keystone dollars. In theory, we could get paid back on some of that through some grant processes, but that would tie that money up for a while, and this would tie up less dollars moving forward. In the grocery store, it is at 200. I missed the opportunity. Member Williams went and met with him. Full disclosure, he had to go through the committees, but we believe and vet him. I think Eden, did you met with him too? So he's going to go through it. He had asked for some money. That's how we found out there was a meeting, had all the information in place. He was okay with a loan. But after reviewing the plan and his partnerships and the state for the match, it was felt that $200,000 of this money to help ease his burden and cash flow to start, and then there would be potentially a $200,000 loan, and that would be secured. He will eventually own that building. He's more than happy to secure any type of loan with that going forward. So it wasn't just free money for that, but his business plan, this is a big win in a food desert, and that business plan is actually a business plan now that is very achievable. So those are just comments on that. But I wanted to throw that out there on the grant process, if people would be willing to have that as a policy to at least speed that process up. But that would still secure grants for 25 and 26 at $50,000 like we've been doing, but just at the $5,000 mark. Member Williams?
So I liked where our discussion went the other day about helping out with the Galena Road project. As you know, I've talked about with Scott and you as well, that I think it's super important that Peoria County, even the Economic Development Council's been talking about this, is that we need a super site, somewhere where we can have folks that can, come here and possibly 100 plus acres. So I've had a lot of discussions, pre-discussions with Scott. I've talked to a few other board members about potential sites. So, I just really think this is a great idea.
Member Ricker.
Just maybe a qualification under the definition of small business assistance, the Galena Road. Are we going to get ourselves in the issue there? We build this park, or we contribute 100 or 200,000, whatever it is, to the park. Does it have the size of the business? There's some limitations we're going to put on because some of the government money that was funded said, well, that money required you to meet a definition of small business. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but I want to be careful we don't get caught later in a restriction.
Good point. I don't know what those numbers would be defined at, but even these companies that we're helping, well, maybe Member Blair would know what they are defined as.
There's two different definitions, so I'm not sure which one is being used, but it's either 50 employees or less, which would cover a lot, and sometimes they use 500 employees or less, which would cover most companies. And so I don't know if you know, Heather, usually that 500 number is used.
That's the one I'm familiar with from the Small Business Association.
Yeah.
I can verify that if there's anything within ARPA. I don't know if I'll...
Because we're calling it small business, right?
Yeah, that's a self-titled.
That's a self-title.
Correct.
Yeah.
And again, I'm supportive of the Galena project. Anything we can do to help build on something as a partner with the city, and if we're getting money from the federal to build on it, it's a good incentive. Can't guarantee it'll pan out and make a wonderful, but we have to start somewhere. So I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure we don't get caught in any definitions of small business where a company comes in and says, hey, we'd like to do that. Well, we'd like to open up a branch, a business, but we're a company that's an international company, like the eyeglass company that's up in the north end of Peoria. Okay, they're not a small business, but they could open a small operation here. We say, oh, sorry, we have a limitation. You can't come here because we funded 300,000 of it with ARPA money. I know I'm getting into the weeds, but I want to be careful that we don't box ourselves in or...
That's self, yeah.
Right. So, I mean, we'll double check the Treasury guidelines in terms of that. But back in 2021, we self-branded it as small business assistance. And so I think as long as we're within the Treasury guidelines, we can continue to define what small business assistance is to suit our needs. But we'll as Member Ricker stated, we'll do that research and make sure that we stay within the guardrails.
I have one more piece to add to that, and under that revenue loss category, the Treasury has a calculation, a formula that they provide to us, and over the course of time, so from 2020 through 2024, our revenue loss has estimated at $74 million, which is well well exceeds our $34.8 million allocation. And you can use anything, any of that revenue loss on any government provided service. And so now we have this in the response to public health and negative economic impacts bucket, which small business initiatives would fall under, but we overall would be covered because it could also be categorized as revenue loss, and it's just a reporting. It's how we report it to the Treasury. So since no funds have been spent on it yet, if we do decide to go this route, we could categorize that for the Treasury's purposes under revenue loss, and then we would be covered regardless.
So to that point, couldn't we just categorize everything else that we have here left and that not be bound by any limits going forward?
As long as they're eligible expenses throughout the purview of ARPA, yes, that is correct.
Member Blair.
I do still want to fight for the $7,500 grants, the extra $2,500. So we did talk about making that requirement be that they complete the survey, but talking to the Advisory Committee on Entrepreneurship and Small Business, they wanted some more evidence that that $5,000 had been spent well before someone could get the $2,500. That would be not just the ones that have already been spent, but the future ones. So they would get $5,000 up front. They would have to give us data showing that they have used that money appropriately, are growing, are doing what they're supposed to before they could get that $2,500. That gives them an incentive to keep moving forward, to complete our survey, do other things. And so that was a nice way of trying to help them out a little bit more. $5,000 is, of course, not a ton of money, and $2,500 isn't much more added to it.
Any other comments? So would there be direction to stay at where we're at or lessen the burden on the partnership later on from Keystone dollars? I've heard more for lessening the burden. I appreciate your advocacy, Member Blair. I think from comments that I had received back from their initial grants, very good that we'd started some small businesses. I think there was one of the comments I heard from one of the things that we paid off somebody's debt. I don't think that was something that the board was intending in those small business grants. And I know cash flow is a big issue, but I think there probably could have been more to that story delivered of what that debt was intended to. So I know $5,000 isn't changing anything, but these are good startup money. We can fund 30 more going in the future. This would lessen our burden of future obligations of building a business park that would eventually be back on the tax rolls, and we know those would all be head of household jobs, which I know 180,000 isn't much, but really it is when you talk about getting some design going forward. So that was the proposal out there. I've heard a few people say yes with that. Either way, it's supporting businesses and growing businesses in Peoria County that would be head of household jobs. I'm going to go with the proposal of the business park at the moment, since that's what I've heard more from. Is that enough for policy discussion?
Sure. Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. All right. So our next bucket is HHS. This is not the total project budget. This is just a reflection of what ARPA is to that project. So, and between the County Health Committee, chaired by Mr. Renaud, and the board itself, I think we've gone through these numbers quite a bit. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd just as soon move on to the next row.
Good enough, unless I'm seeing no hands. Next
All
slide.
Right. Next up is from the Treasury. It's broadband, sewer, and water infrastructure. The board in August of 21 said $2.5 million for broadband. We have 1.669 million obligated based on the contract that you awarded in your last couple of meetings. to Comcast for their 3 projects. So that'll be going out the door, and it meets our December 31 requirement. At the time that was awarded by the board, we talked about doing a second RFP yet this summer, and that would ideally obligate the remaining $720-ish thousand that would get us to the 2.5. So that absent a change in policy direction from the board, we're still planning to put that second round of RFPs, or that second round of RFP on the street.
So another proposal for feedback. In one of the discussions, I think one of the discussions was this was a concern, like if you were being held to you needed the state money to proceed, and if you didn't get it, what happens if I'm sitting on $1.2 million that Comcast wasn't intending to use? I think it's been expressed. Comcast is going forward, whether they get that money or not. I think this has kind of been like solar, where there's so much federal money and other things out there that whether or not we incentivize it, some of these projects are going to happen. So in a tight time frame to turn the second round of RFP out, which we only had 1 response last time and 0 other responses. We do have the study in place, which is a good guideline of knowing areas in the county that are not being used. But I've heard this from multiple members, from multiple employees. If anybody had gone and seen the musicals, the singing out there, there's some serious safety standards in our plaza, in the concrete work out there, in the fountain areas. We have 2 fountains that aren't working. I know we had some money, but there was a debate over whether we want fountains, no fountains. These are some serious issues we need to address, and their appearance issues here at the courthouse. A lot of the stuff we've been doing, you can't see, the roofs, the tuck pointing, some roads out the jail, fixing things at the jail. But there's projects on here, but there's a lot more projects on the unfunded list for some aesthetic purposes, which aren't really aesthetic. When you walk out to see the stone, which is very high dollar stone, but there's metal grates over there. I saw somebody trip out there this summer in the way those stones are. We need to prioritize some of that, and I would propose moving that money towards projects here around the courthouse, exterior or interior, but primarily fixing up some of this plaza area out there so that people, when they walk into the courthouse, would see that as something that they've been proud of. We will have a bunch of projects coming up here soon. I know that we mentioned it earlier, there's some frustration of where these projects are in the pipeline and getting them back from design stage. Those will happen, but we have some serious other ones that need to be done with no identified funding sources for. So unless I'm proposing, and I know I've mentioned that in the last day or two, we have no idea where that will attend. We can spend that money here this year and make some real progress and change that people in Peoria can be proud of when they walk into the courthouse. So I would propose, we did very well. A lot of people will get broadband out in the county with that initial assessment. We have the study, but to move that money into courthouse repairs. Member Daley.
I agree 100%. I have constituents in my district who text me on a weekly basis about how horrible the courthouse area looks, the external part. And we really need to do something about this.
And to that point, I don't know how many times the glass arcade or the glass when you come out on the Soldier and Sailors Monument, the metal is rotting. It's just a matter of time. That isn't a major project, but it doesn't we don't even have a funding source, or it's not on our timeline at the moment. And that needs to be taken care of. That is probably one of the main exits out of the courthouse. And right now you see it, there's a weed growing out of the rotted metal, and it just needs to be taken care of sooner than later. So to that point, I'm getting the same messages. It's not even from that. The employees, you walk through the courthouse, you constantly hear, well, this isn't working. it's high time that we take care of our own property around here. Member Rosenbaum.
Totally agree with fixing the fountains and that. Scott, I thought you told me we had money appropriated for the fountains already from some other source. I want them fixed. Totally. I just thought we had other sources for that instead of taking this money for that. And I'm not saying that we need to spend it on that, but I was under the understanding we already had money.
So the fountains, and I'll ask it for Scott, because there's a little bit of push and pull per se on the fountains of, we had them budgeted, and then there's people that say, I don't want the fountains, which is completely fine and understandable, that you could repurpose that to other things. And then you have people that are absolutely in love with the fountains. You hear employees talk about the fountains. Elected officials talk about how nice it is to sit out there and do that. So from a direction of admin, they were kind of, we had it budgeted, but then maybe stuck in the middle, like, do I proceed with the fountains? Because I've heard enough people say maybe we shouldn't be spending, and I think the money was like $20,000 or $30,000. But there was concern of not putting lipstick on a pig per se, of just painting it and putting in a new pump and calling it good, and in 3 years it's bad. I think if the idea was that if you redo it, let's redo it right and have something that we can be proud of and have long infrastructure of 25, 30 years before you have to redo things. I don't know if we would have the time unless you postpone some of that money to something else to actually have that as part of our master facilities plan. Would it be, I've heard people say, it would be nice for when we have Veterans Day events or for best events out there, that there would be a platform or a stage there instead of maybe, and then you could put chairs out there instead of the fountain. But I know the fountains draw emotion from people. Pro, not really the negative, it's just the negative says there's probably other things that you can do with that space. So it's not even really negative comments, but we need some sort of direction. That money has been budgeted. If we can do the concrete around it and everything else, or in today's world, you don't always use concrete, maybe permeable pavers so that the ground soaks it right, and our stormwater utility bill would be less, which is a little bit more expensive, but a long-term less of a bill per se. But us as policymakers, this is one of those things we need to give direction to staff, like proceed with a fountain, don't proceed with a fountain, concrete over it, paver it over it. I think those are things that you can give two different proposals to come back in a bid, but they need to be done. And I'll take fault for that. I told Scott, start on the fountain part, just because there's been a push and pull. We need to give them direction. Do we want fountains, no fountains, and move forward? Member Ricker.
Well, I want to make sure we don't veer off of the question that's on the table and get into capital projects. The question on the table is, what do we do with the money for the second round of broadband? I've been an advocate for broadband all along, been a challenge, and I've been asked before, can we move it? And my answer is no. We've done a good job with the study. We only had one respondent to the RFP. At this point, I'm going to ask, as chairman has, to move that money to capital projects at $721,000 and let that money go to capital projects. We can define when we get to capital projects where we slot it in our priorities. So I'll be another supporter of that, of moving the money out of broadband.
I'm going to Member Ruin, and then I'll go Member Williams. Did you have one, Paul?
I support putting the fountains back together. I think it's relatively low-hanging fruit in terms of not being a complicated specification, not being engineering heavy. I think the work that needs to be done is real work that will involve the fountains themselves, and something that we have a reasonable shot of getting committed, allocated before the end of the year. Maybe they won't get the work done because all the contractors that we deal with are extremely busy and booked into the future. that could work to our advantage in terms of pricing. But I do think there is an opportunity to restore the central nature of that plaza. I can remember in years past hundreds and hundreds of people having lunch down there. Every week or two there was a band playing or some performing group from a local school. I think we're past the days of private industry doing those kinds of projects. I think it falls upon civic leaders to make those projects happen and to make central green space popular again. I'd like to see this money go to those fountains, and I'd like to see us make it a priority, not just years down the road. I don't think we should allocate this money to a CM for the future of maybe someday we'll get it done. I'd like to see this one pushed along quickly.
Member Williams.
So I've been around this horseshoe for many years now, 12, 13 years, and it seemed like every year when we did our budget, we always pushed off capital projects. That's where the money was taken out of. So, you know, we have strong needs in our buildings that we need to address. So I am also for, you know, getting those back up and running. But I'm torn here because obviously part of my district is rural, and some of the folks really want broadband out there. So I'd like to still have that conversation with Kathy Brown about what we can do maybe to get broadband in some of the areas out there that don't have it.
Member Renaud.
I support moving this to capital. I also support getting the fountains working again and doing everything we can for the plaza. Next year actually a year from now is our bicentennial, and I anticipate we'll be having a lot of celebrations out on the plaza, and I can't think of a better way to celebrate it than to dedicate the nice new plaza out there. So,
very good point. Member Salzer.
Having been on facilities, I've seen this courthouse deteriorate because we've neglected it, and it is the showcase of our county. This is one of the people, and you talk to the people. What is the showcase of your county? The courthouse. Some guy comes down here and he sees fountains not working. He sees other things that might even be some safety factors and so forth. So, Rob, you mentioned something. There's going to be a lot of celebrations next year. So, I too will support this.
So I would say, for staff's perspective, let's try to get the fountains working, do them right, and let's move forward with some hopefully plaza projects to try to bring back. I'm not sure $700,000, nor do I think $700,000 will cover that, but at least we will have those ready to go, and we need to figure out a way to come up with the rest of the money. So, staff clear on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Next bucket was premium pay for essential workers. You've already made various policy decisions here. We're not asking for any additional funds to be allocated. So I think pretty quick and simple, Mr. Chairman, but I'll let you get that consensus.
Consensus, move on? Moving on.
Okay, under the Treasury's bucket of replacing public sector lost revenue, and really probably what the main point of the conversation is tonight, is capital projects. So the number in 2021 was $14.9 million. This actually is divided into two different components. The first is for board members that are looking either on their iPads or if you print it off at home, the gray shaded areas are IT security, cyber security projects. Board remembers we had a security audit
our cyber audit prepared last year. It had a variety of recommendations. There are a number of those recommendations that the IT department is working to implement. In fact, there will be, we've already received responses for requests for qualifications. Once the most qualified vendor is determined, then we'll actually do a request for proposals for a specific scope of work related to addressing the findings in the cyber audit. You through the budgetary appropriation process, had said that we were going to spend a total of $600,000 on cybersecurity. To date, we spent a little over $256,000, so that leaves $343,000 and change. The projects that will be coming forward in the next several months as it relates to implementing or addressing the findings in our cybersecurity audit are going to, at minimum, over the next 2 or 3 years, cost at more than the $343,000. So whatever the difference would be would come from the reserves of the IT fund, and we'd work through the IT budget process. But assuming you want to keep the cyber number at $600,000, that remaining 343 will be, you'll have an opportunity to award a contract yet this year to obligate that 343,000. And then the balance of it deals with capital improvements. There are a couple of pages here, but really for everyone's benefit, in the documents that we handed out this evening that are at your desks, the multi-page spreadsheet that has very different blue shadings on it is a comprehensive list of the capital improvement projects that we are aware of before we do the facilities master plan. And right now they're divided by the funding source. So you've got some that are funded by ARPA, some that are funded through our capital replacement fund. If you recall, that funding source comes from the public facility sales tax that will be retired at the end of the decade. And then the last page has all of our projects that have no funding source identified. If you add those three things up, there's almost $30 million of identified capital improvements to our facilities. In addition to that, as we requested board members to do in advance of this meeting, we received 3 board member initiatives in terms of how we would continue to allocate funding or prioritize funding. One was from Chairman Dillon that deals and he already actually talked about it earlier, is the in our architectural and construction terminology, they're called storefronts, but the entrance or the exit to the building near the Soldiers and Sailors Monument. Chairman Dillon has to have that priority. Member Ricker talked about a records management program. And then Member Elshesser, as we heard from public comment earlier in the evening, put in a request for the water line for the Edelstein Waterworks Co-op. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Dillon, or Chairman Dillon also talked about in his request potentially a window replacement project for the courthouse as well. Couple of things as we walk through the list. I think there's enough projects already identified, plus whatever's going to come out of the facilities master plan, that we won't have any problem spending the money. Where Heather's and my concern lie is actually having a general contractor under contract by the end of this year for as many of these projects as possible, because some of these can be done in a design-build fashion, which, thanks to a change in the state law, is a way we can deliver projects now. 3 years ago, not so much. But change in state law in the last couple of legislative sessions have allowed us to use that as a tool.
But some of these projects will actually require either an architect or an engineer to design, create bid specifications, and we actually would, in a traditional sense, put that out for bid to a general contractor. To address the concern that Heather and I have about making sure that we have all of the remaining ARPA dollars under contract by the end of this year, our recommendation is to prepare and issue a request for proposals and to award a contract to a construction manager that would be allowed to self-perform. That could be, there's a number of local contractors that do that work. They're as big as Core and River City Construction or PJ Hare, and then there's medium-sized companies that you have traditionally awarded a construction bid to, like Bishop Brothers Construction or George Rump Construction or Hine Construction. Those are medium-sized general contractors that do both general contracting and construction management services that we're well aware of because you've awarded contracts to them in the past, and they know our buildings and they know how we function. The concept would be we would issue that request for proposals, you would award a contract, we would lock in all those remaining dollars based on a list of projects, and then as each project is determined whether it could be design build, that construction manager would then go get pricing for that project from their subs and subcontractors and suppliers, and then through a board action on a project by project basis, we would do a kind of a budget true up, and then if a project is of enough complexity that an engineer or an architect services are required and needed, then we would build that into the project scope as well. And again, on a project-by-project basis, come back and true up what that total spend is. That way we've got everything under contract by the end of this year, and we've got the appropriate runway to ensure that we expend all of those dollars by the end of 26. If we go down that path and it ends up being a successful process, there's nothing that could stop the board from transitioning the funding source from ARPA to the Capital Replacement Fund in future years if that is something we wanted to continue doing if it was a successful process. And we either issue a new RFP to get a different CM, or we continue down the path with the current CM. It just, obviously, those things unknown at this point. But that is the method that we've identified as a way to make sure we have everything under contract by the end of the year. I've personally talked to a couple of general contractors that do general contracting on a hard bid and also do construction management work, and the consensus is that actually is a very strategic way of approaching things. It also would lock in any overhead expense or profit that general contractor or acting as a construction manager would have for all those projects. Ideally, then extending this bucket of dollars to be able to do more work as opposed to going towards the profit margin for the general contractor.
Member Blair.
Have we ever done this before, or do we know of other counties or municipalities that have done this?
We have not done this before. So it'd be, we've built individual buildings with a dedicated budget using a construction manager. But to the request for proposals would say, seeking a construction manager, here's our budget our maximum budget that we're willing to spend. Here's a list of projects that we want to do within what that dollar number is, and then using criteria that we would establish, tell us why you're the best construction manager to hire. That process is something new and something unique.
So to that model, one of the things I would ask, Scott is correct. I went and asked when this was too. One of the comments was in today's market with work, that locking in a CN and negotiating your fees off of that is very strategic and financially beneficial. But we also hired Bob, looking at these projects, and Terry had brought up the savings that we received on North Station building. He's also submitted drawings for the roof out at North Station for the Salt Dome. I think part of the board was Bob's proven his value on some of the projects that are bringing forth, that maybe to identify of the projects that we have listed here, what looks good under a CM model, what looks good can we do internally, turn around, like I'll say that storefront out there. I would yield to Bob on his expertise. Is that something that we can turn around, do a design, put out, get around quickly like he's done on a couple other projects? Or does that need to be designed by an architect to put out? Or does that a project to dump under a CM to manage as a cost savings to do? So with those projects, we don't know. Some of these projects, when we talk about unspent money, we're going to have contracts here very soon, hopefully, for most people don't realize once we get the clerks, family justice, order of protection, and the treasurer's office, most of the ground floor will have been completely remodeled in the last year. Huge win for the county there. Can go to other things, but it is a good model when you would do it. But I would ask maybe that we identify what we're looking to put in those buckets, and what we can do internally to save money and go from there. I think it is a good model to use, but I'm also a little less concerned after if we need to reclassify money to free that money up. I don't want to lock us into anything that we don't need to be locked into, but it is a good model, if that makes sense to everybody, or maybe just in my head. Paul.
I agree with what you just said. I think if Bob's working real good, let's see what we can get out of him, see what he can do and so forth. And if we have to go, a modified plan throughout, instead of just one or the other, or, that there's three different ways of going, maybe modified of all three. But the whole thing is you've got a short time, and you got to figure out how to do it and find people that are willing to put the bids in to get the job done in the right amount of time, so we don't lose the money, and we still want to save as much as we can, because then we may be able to do more projects.
And I'll just throw this out there. Sorry, I think when we have Bob's expertise coming into the package, I give Mark credit for. Mark was hired as IT. Said Mark handled buildings that was not what Mark went to school for, or nor bid, or any of that. I think the board is actually seeing the real value. Calvin's doing a good job on maintenance and that stuff. Scott has done a wonderful job of getting projects to where they need to be, but of a $150 million organization and the amount of projects, there is a true value in a construction expert working for the county. But we also need to be mindful, Bob is not 100% employed by the county. He is on a consulting agreement, actually has other things, which is one of the things here later under ARPA. I know we talked about paying for Bob out of ARPA, but that becomes a problem because you have to have the money allocated and spent for that. So we will have to pull that out of capital projects, or that's a question for Steve's committee operations to look at. And I don't want to step on their toes, operations, of how to pay that for that. But we really can't be paying for Bob going forward after this end of the year, or getting later in those months out of ARPA, because we cannot contract with him for $100,000 next year and if he only bills us 60,000 or however that works, but send us a bill, Bob. So we might have to reallocate those funds to something else to make this work. Terry?
I believe that the CM model has some promise, especially when it comes to negotiating the window of opportunity to get work done. If you bid a job under the traditional methods, you're at the mercy of how busy are the contractors who are bidding it. They can attach whatever profit numbers they want to it, and they're either the low bidder or they're not. So you may be paying a premium under the more traditional way that we have typically done things. Design build is another alternative. Bob is another alternative. But the one thing we really haven't addressed is in the traditional method of doing things where we have, and I'll just say it so we don't avoid, I'll mention everybody so I don't hurt somebody's feelings, but Midwest Engineering and Farnsworth and Dewberry are the big three that we've worked with. I think it's time we hold their feet to the fire. We've asked for quotes or bid specifications for a number of projects. I understand that they're busy because every community in the country is trying to spend ARPA dollars by the end of the year as well. However, they're in our community, they're part of our community, they need to serve this community. I know they have trouble hiring enough talented help to get it all done, but we need to hold their feet to the fire, tell them when we're bidding it, we expect this bid spec to be back by a certain date. If you can't accomplish that, don't make a proposal. Don't respond to the RFP if you can't deliver on it. So there's a number of projects that I believe need to stay in that traditional method, but we've got to hold those people accountable because every day that they lag on getting those bid specs done for these projects, the price goes up a little bit. We're in a business climate by the general contractors who bid those jobs. Everything's going to cost more tomorrow than it does today, and that will multiply daily forever. I just really think that's part of the plan here is to get these, what appears to be the weak link in the chain, the slowness of those projects being made bid ready. We need to get tougher on that subject. We have a lot of different ways to get things done, and if it doesn't fall in that the traditional way is going to work, then we're going to find somebody. I think the arcade glass that you talked about, that whole entrance, that's a sitting duck for a design build. So take them out of the equation. Let's move on.
I think that's what Member Daley was discussing. I think that message was delivered from Administrator Sorrell to our partners this week, that message was delivered, that we want to see some of that move forward faster. And there's not months. Time is up. We need it. To that, I don't know if Bob or Terry want to add to it. In the conversations that I've been having in the last week with some contractors that are out bidding work, 24 is beyond good for them. They're now concerned about 25, 26, and that's really where that CM model does work good. If you contracted some of those out there where they could lock in 25 work, know that they have work, they're not necessarily, we need to do projects still here in 24, but they're, depending on what these projects are, wrapping some of them around at that negotiated price, there will be contractors really wanting to sign up for that, knowing that they have work extended out into next year. Member Ricker.
This is more of a Heather question for ARPA definitions. So we do a CM. What level of detail do we need to put in the ARPA documents to say these are the 15 projects in the scope that total $8 million, whatever the number, it's more than ARPA. What level of detail and then what flexibility do we have? So if we go, in the middle of 2025, we decided we want to change the priority. they're still in the scope, but change. Can we do that without any handcuff?
Yes, so it's all in how the contract is written, and I think that the state's attorney's office would be very helpful to partner with on that piece of it. We can lay out as many projects as we want. We could say that per our direction, these are the projects that are included. Per board direction, you can pick 1, 3, 7, 25, whatever numbers that you want, and how it's written. We contract with them for that amount above the 9.8 million to cover those projects, and then if the projects come in under budget, and let's say we wrote the contract with them for $10 million. If the projects come in at 9.8, we can still spend that additional $200,000 per ARPA on any project similar to that in scope. So let's just use broadband for example, because it's in my mind, even though it's not a capital project. We'd say we're going to spend $10 million on that. We come in at 9.8, the additional 200,000, we can reallocate it to something related to broadband, whether it be offsetting, subsidizing for families or things like that. As long as it is redirected to something of a similar purpose, and if we're really inclusive in what we lay out in the contract, what those projects are, we should be completely fine and not have to return any funds.
Thank you. And I guess my last question on that would be, on the CM model, what level of decision-making does the board have? So as we go through, we've got a list of, let's say, 18 projects, and the CM, along with Bob and others, work the priorities. Does it come back to the board to say, okay, we agree with, let's do 1, 3, 8, whatever, go forward, or is it just automatically, the board has no vote or decision to make once we award it?
So
where's the decision making?
You're prioritizing as you give them to the CM. They start working down that list, ideally have multiple go out, and then we still have final say, just as like we did in the health department, where we hired River City, here's your task. That was a little bit different because they were going back and forth to engineering to get it back into a budget that we could live with, but they still brought the bids to us to do it. So the board still has control. You're doing multiple phases where you would hire the CM, and when they have a project that they're moving forward, it is still coming to coaches committee or infrastructure to have an approval, just like the standard process. So other than, we might not know who the sub is, we just know the general going into that process for that project.
So that's what we would recommend. An alternative, if the board wanted to take a more hands-off approach, is we could structure it so that the hiring of the construction manager is the only decision you make, and then we report back to you as projects come forward, and the CM selects their suppliers and their subcontractors for that project. We just green light it as it goes, and then we report that out for transparency purposes. We wouldn't necessarily recommend that because I think, from my perspective, I think the board wants to maintain a level of control, but that is another option.
And I do want to point out, if you look at projects, we are under contract for Maxwell. I just want to make it very clear so there's no shock value going on that project. We should be going out to bid here soon for the gas pumps and the new salt dome. I think that estimate was between 1.2 or 1.6.
It's in the 1.6 range.
The 1.6 average. That whole $3.9 million that we put at that number was never going to cover that project. That had always been, this was kind of what was left over in ARPA. We know we needed to get there. So I know that 3.9 number keeps popping up in front of everybody. I just want to make abundantly clear, when that project comes, we will probably still need to find a funding source, if possible, to build the actual fleet garage itself. But ideally, we're going to start pulling some of these projects down. So the 1.6, if those two projects come in, we will have those under contract. Those will not be under a CM model. We're going to have this contract we approved tonight with Hine. That has now lowered that number. If we can get that North Station for the roofing out, we'll have that number down. We can use that out of there unless we're using it from capital. So some of these numbers, we're going to have contracts and it won't be that big number you're looking at. But I just wanted to point out the fleet garage at Maxwell. What we will have that shovel ready with plans, and that's been part of our why we hired a lobbyist, and that can we identify money and why we're doing things. Those will become shovel ready. I'm just not sure we will have all the money to pay for that new garage. Other questions? This is where, so ideally, I would like to discuss some of these projects, but we're gonna handle this committee style and committee infrastructure. So once these projects are identified, the process is to Coach Salzer, Vice Chair Kelch, or that committee. Everybody is welcome to attend that committee for those projects, but this will flow through the committee structure the way it is intended once these things. So if you had projects that were identified that you would like to talk about, now is the time to put those in there. Like I had brought about the glass entrance. I think that one needs to find a way to move somehow into that funding that was moved. The reason I brought up windows is we are going to seal the windows, caulk the windows when we do the exterior of the courthouse. But what are these windows, Scott, from 1970?
This side of the building was built in 65. So.
There was talk at one time of phasing the courthouse and moving the windows around. These are double pane. For a multi-story building, I didn't know that you could open windows anymore on higher floors, but you can in here. And in my email, I said I would I would relent to somebody like Bob that we were hiring to say, yes, those windows need to be identified sooner than later to move forward or not. I know we do not have the money. We're talking a multi-million-dollar project to probably reface with windows of the courthouse. But I do think we need to come up with a plan through infrastructure where we talk about the north side of the building will go out for bid this year and then try to make that a long-term plan. And I say that somewhat knowing what I talk about, but I would relent to Bob and the team whether or not that is a top priority for the list. But in today's world, there might be some energy efficiency money out there. You never know where those pots are, but I think that is something, and you can see the seals on most of these windows. We're hitting some lifetime expectations. So I'm not asking that to be funded because we have so many other priorities. I'm just saying that needs to go on the radar of figuring out how we're going to pay for that project. Member Phelan.
The only thing I'd like to say is, as we look at those capital improvement projects, there's definitely some projects here that pose risk to the county. When we're talking about the sidewalk or the concrete in the plaza, and I know those are really high ticket items when looking at cost here, but I would like for us to maybe try and prioritize things to mitigate some risk as well when we talk about some of these projects.
Thank you, Member Phelan. This is project talk, so other projects. This is where they would fall under. So if there's, I just want clear policy direction for staff to move forward. We will continue to have this conversation as this number will move and change, and we'll have contracts being signed. So this conversation will continue, but with 6 months left, we need at this point clear policy direction for Scott, all of his senior management team, Bob and Heather with finance of where we're moving with this money. And so I know it's 9 o'clock. I'm willing to stay here as long as it takes. We need to have clear, straight policy for the board. and no questions. And if staff does have questions about where policy is, I would ask even staff to ask us just for clarification of what the intent of the board was, because we will finish on time and spend every dollar, but I don't want to be stuck at the last minute debating policy of how to spend dollars. So Member Alsasser, the floor is yours if you'd like.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say about, I've talked to most of you today about this, but with regard to the estimate, Judd had to leave a while ago, and I texted him. I said, how'd you come up with that estimate? He said, well, Brian, I do this every day for a living. I'm a civil engineer. I'm the Stark County engineer. He said, I can tell you exactly how many feet of pipe are going to be laid and how many fittings, if people want to know those kinds of things. I mean, this is a legitimate estimate. And the reason why the $200,000 is important to us, even though it doesn't get us quite to the $1 million, is because Edelstein has some money, but they're not willing to go out to do the engineering yet, because that would take probably $100,000. And so if we had the $200,000, they would be willing to do that, and then you can go apply for grants. If you go in and apply for a grant or a loan from the IEPA, and you don't have your engineering done, even though they come back and say, okay, you qualify and you can get the money, they require way more than just that engineering than what you have if you don't have that done. And it's going to cost you, Judd thought, several $100,000 for what they want. So there's a big advantage for us to get this $200,000 so we can get the engineering done and then go apply for other IEPA loans, possible forgivable loans, and other kinds of grants. And so I would just humbly ask for your consideration for this. This is a 30-year-old problem. We've been tagged by the EPA that long, and I just think it's very worthy of consideration.
Member Rosenbaum.
One of the things that we need to realize that a lot of these projects that we're doing doesn't depend on living. It's nice things or whatever, but on Brian's project there, since they're asking less than what they were before, or what Brian was before, you can go 30 days without food, but you can only go 3 days without water. They don't have good water there. If we were to help them with this $200,000, get this project going, that area, you've got Spear and what's the one, Lawn Ridge. You got those small communities up there. If you can get water to Edelstein, then the other ones can possibly get it up to them. It's kind of like where I'm at, Limestone Walters Water District. When I built my house, I knew the water was coming through in about a year or so. So I hooked onto my the home farm's water just to get by, because drilling a well was $10,000 back in '86. 87 was $10,000 and no guarantee you'd hit water. This is one of the things that these are our constituents. Granted, there's 46 houses, 48 houses. Okay, it doesn't sound like a lot, but water is an important thing. We've got the ARPA money. We've got other ones that we're pulling the money back, that we can maybe put some of this towards that. I just want people to consider that they can't drink the water, they can't bathe in the water's not good enough for that. Some of them have to haul water daily. It's not bad until it's 20 below and you're hauling water. And the wind chill out there, I've been up there, it's open country, and the wind rips through that, and then it freezes in there in your tank. I wouldn't want to have to do that. So I would like everybody to consider it, that we could use that and help our constituents, because they are in Peoria County. Maybe we could get a project done. It's not as much money as what Brian was asking 6 months ago or whatever. So it's something that we could use this and make a difference in people's actual lives. Thank you.
Member Ruin?
I understand that this is a real problem, and I would like to see the county be able to participate in the solution. But the nature of ARPA funding is that this project has to be ready by the end of the year, defined in some way. And the only thing I've seen at this point is this one email. I don't know how much work has been done behind the scenes. It doesn't appear to me that it is on the cusp of ready. I think this project runs the risk, if we were to contribute to the fund in Edelstein, that money could end up having to be returned to the federal government because you can't possibly spend it between now and the end of the year, or even commit to spending it by the end of the year. I don't doubt that this project is worthy of this board's consideration, and I don't want any of our constituents to have substandard water. I just don't think this project is far enough along, and by example, one that Brian, you've reiterated back to us a number of times is we talked about the health department costing $14 million, and you guys got the first bid back at $29 million. That didn't give me a lot of confidence in this estimate. So while I'm sympathetic to the people in Edelstein, I think this project needs to be a little bit further along before ARPA money could be considered. I'd love to see this group be willing to give Edelstein a loan to do the engineering and then forgive it upon completion of the project. That makes more sense to me, that we can get your project moving, but if the bids come back, I mean, the engineer can say one thing, no disrespect to your engineer, but we don't know how the companies are going to bid this. They may be so busy. I think at this point, given the risk of having to return that money to the government, and given the unknowns of an as yet unbid project, I think finding a way for us to loan you the money that could then in the future be forgiven upon completion of the end goal, it just makes a lot more sense to me.
Well, we could certainly use the $200,000 on the engineering instead of using Edelstein's money, you know, if that would make you feel better. But, you know, he does this every day. He's already talked to contractors how much it's going to cost to lay. He knows exactly how many feet from Edelstein to Princeville. And he said, I can give you the number of feet and the number of fittings and everything. He says, I do this every day. He's the county engineer.
I don't doubt that he can calculate how many feet it is between Princeville and Edelstein.
No, but he's run.
I understand that.
He knows how much pipe that needs to be laid and how much that costs.
But it seems reasonably clear to me that he doesn't design municipal water systems on a daily basis, and I'm certain that he doesn't bid them on a daily basis.
It's not a municipal water system. It's a pipe that goes underground and
if it were as simple as that, it would be done by now. I'm sorry to be, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but this is a complicated project, which explains why it's not complete already. A 30-year problem, and it hasn't been solved yet. The engineering, everyone is pointing out, including the Illinois EPA, that the engineering is prime determination of whether this project is going to move forward. Somebody needs to design this system, put it out for bid, and then figure out how you're going to pay for it. Gathering a big pile of money first doesn't seem like the correct solution here. I honestly don't think anybody in Edelstein knows how much this is going to cost, including your engineer. Again, no disrespect, but it's way more complicated than this one email makes it look.
Member Phelan.
Terry's a lot nicer than me. No, in short, I can't support this. As Terry said, I think it's going to cost a lot more than what is on this piece of paper. Tonight is also the first night I've seen any written document on it, which is a little alarming. Peoria Heights makes up a large part of my district. Peoria Heights just contracted with Woodard and Curran in a $20,000 contract. And they intend to spend $12 million in the next 5 years to replace failing infrastructure, filtration, water mains, and lead service lines. Most of the infrastructure is 75 to 100 years old. There's no ARPA funding request from Peoria Heights here because we're figuring out how to pay for it. I will not support this tonight.
Other around the horseshoe? Member Windish.
As time goes, the first thing that I can think of, does the infrastructure or service overlays or seal coats or any road projects fit into these categories that would be fairly easy to put out for bids, especially as fall comes?
Infrastructure dollars could have been spent on anything. We just identified capital needs to move them forward. Remember, Paul, we had talked about Cameron Lane at one point. That's a much larger project, but we got that in the pipeline, hopefully moving forward. Any infrastructure projects would qualify under these guidelines that we have.
Well, that would just be my thoughts. As time goes, there is a lot of those projects that I could see overlays simple that would be, as time goes, if things like they typically do aren't going, those are easy to come up with.
I would agree. I mean, those would be quick, but if you look at just our capital infrastructure, which we'll call that the horizontal, not the vertical, we don't have enough money to even touch our vertical ones. So we're in the same problem on the roads as we are in the capital needs. So, and actually going long term, we probably actually have, even though we don't have huge funding sources, it's about what, $4 million it used to be, plus that we get in the pipeline through PUATs. We actually had more funding sources for our road infrastructure than we had for our building infrastructure, long-term sustainable. So I'm not disagreeing, but it can be for any projects going forward. I just want to make sure we have clear policy moving forward. So unless there's any road projects that you're specifically thinking tonight, Matt.
I mean, I just want to give several. It's just that was just sitting here. My thought is, we don't get things done very fast here. Those are some we can come up pretty easily with. We can all drive around and find a lot of that.
We're going to get these done that were being proposed. I'm not worried about us losing money, I would say. Member Ricker?
I'm a little bit torn on the Edelstein topic. I don't want to fund things that we don't know what they are, and I'm frustrated, I think, as everyone is, we don't have what we feel is good data behind the scenes. And again, it's not a criticism of Judd. It seems like there's a lot of missing. One of the options that we could do is, if we contribute some funds, they would have to use those funds for some of the preliminary engineering design work to get moving forward to help them secure other funds. So we could earmark the money to them that, okay, we're going to give you X. It must be used for engineering design work to put the transmission line in, be very specific, and they must get that work done in a window of time. Would we know what they're going to do with it afterwards? We don't know, but we at least commit to help them jumpstart and get moving forward with some ARPA money to do the engineering design. I asked Heather if that qualifies for ARPA, and I think the answer is yes. for design work, just like design work for our buildings and that. So that would be my consideration, is to offer some money to help do design work. They've been sitting on this for 30 years. Can we get them jump-started with that commitment?
I know me and Brian have had numerous conversations over this, over even prior to me becoming chair. Just share some thoughts on this process. I appreciate the letter. It's kind of been moving targets of the amount of money we need, we were even having confusion today how many people were there are in that paying district. I think it proves why us having a professional planning and zoning department and trying to make sure people have adequate, safe water and proper for septics or connected to sewer shows why that's extremely important. I know this has been a long, ongoing problem, multiple asks of the state, multiple asks of the federal government, and I think, Brian, I respect that you continue to ask for your district and advocate, but part of my issue concerning from this all the time is been last money in, and that's why the number went down to 200,000 today from the initial ask of 500 or higher. I don't want to give any money to this project until the citizens of Edelstein are first money in. And if they're not willing to be first money in, then why should the county do that? And I say this in all due respect for somebody that lives in an older part of town that has hundreds of lead water lines still in my district that have no timetable to be fixed. There's multiple projects. We've turned down other water districts that have asked us for money. Paul's district had talked to us about a loan for Pleasant Valley Water Tower. They're backing it by revenue. For 30 years not to figure out that you need design, they should have figured out design to get there. And the 250 that they were reserving, they need to spend that now to get, that's first problem. You need to have plans. I guess one of my questions would be, what is the distance from the plant? And I told you this is, I gotta have data in front of me, but what is the distance from the plant to Edelstein for the hookup? And I don't know, I think Judd is probably very good at what he does, but the average in a rural setting for a linear foot of pipe is 125 to 150 feet. So I think a mile is what? 700,000, 600, 500, 5280. Or a little higher than that. So you're like at 6. So how many miles are we talking a pipe? 10 miles? There's 5,280 feet in a mile. The average cost for a linear foot of pipe to be put into the ground is about $125 to $150 installed. I think Terry's concern of this is without having that engineer, Judd is an engineer in doing that. One of my concerns over that was there was no engineering cost built into that estimate of $1 million. You're not going to be able to go through that. There's no acquisitions of right-of-way costs that have been built into that price. I think these numbers are very modest and hopeful, not actually actual. I would actually, gauging by it, if that's over 10 miles, I think we're talking about a $10 to $15 million project to actually get the water infrastructure there. But until there is a Farnsworth, a Terra, a Hansen, or one of the engineering firms that have been engaged in that initial study, we don't even know what we're asking for. And I've promised you from day one, once we can get the answers, we will gladly make that a priority of if there's help that we can do for an EPA loan that is forgivable or a grant that like Congressman LaHood had talked about. And I guess my confusion was up until today, I thought this was a unit of government that we could also bond out that had 300 some residents. Now that it's 48 and it's a co-op, as I've told a couple other members, if you go on the bluff down here between Peoria and East Peoria, there's co-ops on this hillside with 20 residents in it that have to pay and maintain their own private water infrastructure. And I remember a guy a few years ago complaining about, it was like a $50,000 bill. They had to re-drill their well, trying to get all the neighbors to pay for it. And then I think there's some steps that need to be done, and we can revisit the request in the near future. Maybe not from ARPA dollars, maybe from, like Terry talked about, whether it's using some Keystone dollars as some sort of loan structure. But until the residents are willing to be the first money in, I can't support any proposal that we are the first money in on, especially when we did turn down other water districts that had made those requests for that. And it's nothing against Edelstein nor your district or any of that. I just think that we need to have a better plan and be farther along, is where I stand.
They are the first money in. They've got 250,000, and Princeville has 250,000. I only mentioned about spending our money first because Terry said there's a timeline which it has to be spent. And that's the only reason I brought that up. So I'm just disappointed that some of the contractors that gave him these prices must have totally misled him then. And I wish he was still here, but I can't imagine it would be that far off because he does this every day getting bids. So I'll talk to him tomorrow.
And I only ask because I asked contractors before I got here tonight wanting to know what the cost of a linear foot in rural part of the area would be. And I got back about, you're looking to the 125, 150, let's just say 100, even if you're talking $100 a square foot, that's $5,280 per mile to get it to that. And that's not any hookups. That's just running it, no engineering. I just think we need some more data. We have a little time. Member Windish.
On the wells, I guess just some quick figure, and that I know I've talked to Brian about this too, but like there's been the water in the well. I think we're opening a huge can of worms. That where do we stop and start for each one of us, number one. And then we have Brimfield. That one has been approached to us earlier, and then also that comes on out. Oak Hill has none. Where do you stop and start on where we want to start picking these? And then also, if it's 48 houses, the average well price in Peoria County is $10,000. That's only $480,000 if we would buy a well for every one of those people. I don't think it makes any sense for the prices of this water line. That's just my opinion.
Well, the biggest advantage of the water line is not just these 48 people. I mean, the people on the way out will hook up to it. And then once they get the water out there, the Hood's office said we can get grants to upgrade the systems and then move the water out to Centerville Road where Paul was talking about the people that, haul water year round. I mean, you would build so many houses out there, you can't even imagine it because there's a lot of woods and trees around Santa Fe Estates and Woodland Heights. And I mean, what a huge economic boom for the county. And so that would be the biggest advantage of having the line out there because you got the water supply and then it can be funneled on out towards Centerville Road to the east.
Brian, that would be some of the data that needs to be in there is we talk about development, but when it comes to water mains, there's all sorts of different sizes. You have hydrants for the townships that they would need to hook up for the rural fire districts. So is this talking about a very small main going across, or is this a very large main going out that would support that future development? That is all stuff that is left unanswered.
I think it's a foot, but
And I don't believe a foot main would support all that extra infrastructure growth that we've talked about out there. You would have to upsize that considerably. Member Rulon.
Just a point of interest to Mr. Windish's concern. The Edelstein community well that they have now is 1,800 feet deep. More than that, actually, a little bit, almost 1,900 feet. The average well in Peoria County is probably somewhere around 120 feet deep. So it's a totally different animal. Not, just so you're aware that is the fundamental difference. And it's the reason that Woodland Heights has a water main coming from a well down much closer to Chillicothe. They've wound out Halleck Hollow Road and ran a community well from a place they could reach water because it's just, when you get west of Galena Road, it's extremely deep and you run the risk of hitting dangerous chemicals and salt water, believe it or not, if you go deep enough. So this is not, there's no simple solution. If drilling a well would do it, they wouldn't have a 30-year problem. So unfortunately, there is not a simple solution.
I would say the consensus would be that would not move forward unless there was more information or data brought forward that could answer some of those questions. Is that a fair assessment for a policy moving forward? I see enough head bobs, yes. So that's not going to move forward as a project, but you got the questions that were answered tonight, and there needs to be more than this one pager of data for that to qualify. Other projects to talk about and discuss.
I don't want to belabor. I did put the one in writing about the records. Again, Rob probably is a bigger advocate for this than I am about, we've got all these records, or all these documents and records in Eddington Oaks basement, Gift Avenue, in here. I was looking at an opportunity to purge, digitize, and clean that up, because I will be a no forever to do a facility to store records without cleaning up and purging. So you'll have one for sure no for while I'm on the board until we clean up and purge. We're not storing things we don't need to store any longer. I'll even go on record, I'll guarantee there's 50% or more of the records that could be digitized or purged because of a retention period is far exceeded. And for the government to rent buildings and that to store old records we don't need or we shouldn't is a shame. And I could probably ask Mr. Little, who's the IT guy, he could probably give us a better description, but I would propose what I put in writing to put a project together. There's many firms, I looked up 5 or 6 firms that do this for a living. We did it with the land records, the recorder of deeds, 2015, 16 timeframe. So we have a track record not that long ago of doing this. But again, to store records that we don't need, I know it's painful, I know it's difficult, but my ask would be to spend some dollars now out of ARPA to go do that. And it's serving the public, so hopefully Heather could fit that into the public service side of, facility side of it. So I'll pause with that and let the group decide if they want to pursue it or not.
Member Renaud.
I think whether or not it comes from ARPA, I mean, we're gonna have to pay for it somehow. I don't know if it's not ARPA, it's gonna have to be something else, though, another way we pay for it. But I think we need to prioritize, everything to get facility first and what can be disposed of or what we can do with it, and then heading to Oaks, and then move to the records that we house in a facility. But those 2 locations, I think we need to prioritize since that space is time limited.
And I should have mentioned this earlier to you, Steve, and I think this might be important. I think, as Rob says, whether we pay for it or ARPA or going forward, I do want to draw attention to Clerk Spears. If you have not been in his office, you need to go into his office and see the amount of records that he has removed. He is now down in the ground floor or basement of the courthouse and digitizing all of his records down there to get rid of. I think in our conversation the other day, the estimate that we received to digitize those records was $1.2 million. He was doing this he hired 10 interns this summer that his sole project is to digitize records. And there is a clear path forward. So I think in that scenario, maybe part of it is we need to identify, sit down with the elected official, like me and Rachel were just talking about it, what of your offices in there, if you need some money to help hire somebody part-time to come in and help do that, but we need to include the elected official in that it's actually their true records. So I think it's a good idea to have maybe some there, but maybe there's a hybrid thing that like what Bobby's using right now, And I think we could probably figure that out here fairly shortly through the electeds of us asking, hey, what do you have? What do you need to keep? Because what Bobby has done down there, I have to give credit where credit is due. Him and Tammy and his staff have really, I mean, there's nothing left on the ground floor left, and we are down in the basement now doing that. So he took a model that I don't think we were thinking about, and we would estimate was 1.2 million to a bunch of interns this summer that's good on their college credits or apps that they worked in Bobby's office. Terry?
I might suggest that with the property tax, I won't use the word increase, but the increase in property values that has benefited our budget, we could certainly establish an ongoing yearly budget line item for the digitizing all those records. And if that takes us 5 years, let's do it in 5 years. I don't know that it's important that it be ARPA funds, but I'd like to see it an ongoing budget line item that we commit to that process until it's complete. And if that means, you know, $500,000 worth of interns for the next 3 years, so be it. However we get it done, but I would agree with you. I think it's a safe bet that I would vote no with you to buy or build a place to store that stuff when all we've got to do is essentially take a picture of it and move on.
So policy-wise, let's give them some, is this maybe something we are all in agreement needed to digitize, prioritize how that is so that we're not paying for space? Maybe, is that something that staff, we can figure out with the electeds within maybe the next month, whether that's something we can do by paying additional staff through their office to do, or if that is something like through IT or through a third party or somewhere along the line for prior. Is that something?
Yeah. I think if we look at it from a holistic perspective, first step is to identify what the record retention statutes are. So which records have to be maintained forever, which ones can be destroyed in what time frames. And I'll tell you right now, there's a variety of there. It's not any record we have can be destroyed after 5 years or 7 years. It's all over the board. Quick example, regional superintendent of schools has to keep building plans of any school ever built in this county, even if that school no longer exists. Just think about that for a second. Ms. Daly, Ms. Daly, maybe we could work on with your day job boss to get some legislation to address that. So that's first step. Second step is then quantifying the amount of records we have. Because standing here right now, I cannot tell you how many lineal feet of records we possess. And of those, how many are actually eligible to be destroyed. Because as an organization, we've never looked into that. So I think those are the first two steps. And then it's, in both of those, engaging the electeds, and not just the electeds, but all the departments, but primarily the electeds, and then saying, okay, this is what you're required by law to keep. Let's create a program to reduce what you have down to that amount.
And I'd like to maybe tie into Scott's comment. So my first lines in my write-up were to get a project manager who does this. I do not want our administrator chasing this one personally, because we've got many things on his shoulders today. So that's where I was asking, there are companies and businesses and project managers, and Mark's over there agreeing, that can do the sit down, do the retention discussion with each elected official, each department head, anyone who has records under their grouping. Okay, what's mandatory by state law, what's required? Get the definitions, get that clear, and then start doing the inventory. And it's a project, it's a 2-year plus project. But the first part of retention and planning is probably 6 to 8 months. before you ever touch a record, before you ever digitize or shred anything. But to me, I'm going to argue I don't want our administrator doing that. That's why I wanted the ARPA money to hire an expert from outside to go through, as Mr. Sorrell just explained, you have to have a plan. Bobby had a plan because he knows what records he can digitize or not. But we've got all the other elected officials and departments that we'd have to build plans, and then individual plans with each, because their retentions are different. But so that was the ask, not to ask Mr. Sorrell to take on another project.
I would welcome having a project manager and just merely doing contract management of that project manager.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Ricker bringing this up. I would recommend that we not take it out of ARPA, just because it sounds like it's going to be a little more complicated, and since we have a time frame that we have to meet, I would recommend possibly using the interest from ARPA to fund this project, and then we aren't restricted by a timeline. And also then, of course, like he said, it's going to take a while to prioritize the Gift Avenue location first.
So I think the direction is some sort of for record. I do think, just throwing this out there, we do need to make sure to keep the electeds and make sure which ones are on board, because they do control their own office, and we cannot go in and start saying we're going to start eliminating records because we have a manager that says we can eliminate it. I mean, we do need Rachel's blessing to work with them, or Jody's, or whoever's that is. So I do think that's something, that direction to move towards, but let's get some buy-in from the electeds, which I don't think there would be any back, but I want to make sure we're being inclusive. And I do think that the brilliance of that is, if we're going to do the master facilities plan, we don't need to have a plan that shows us that we need 20,000 square feet of record storage, and then 2 months later we go digitize 10,000 of that 20,000 square feet. So
I think what we'll do, Mr. Chairman, what I'm hearing as a consensus, so if what I'm about to say is wrong, please correct. I think what we'll do is we'll want to quickly develop a request for proposals and a scope of work to get that third-party consultant on board. While we do that, and while that procurement process is underway, we can still talk either with the executive committee or county operations committee, whichever committee we deem appropriate, about the exact funding source. And at the same time, we'll work to engage the elected officials and the appointed officials and department heads to educate them and make them aware that this project is a priority for the board, and that we're going to be seeking their active engagement and participation.
I would just like to say I really am thankful for Steve, who was here before me, because he started that process when he was here. So we're kind of ahead of the game in our department, which I'm really glad, and we continue every day. We've got people scanning. So I was just speaking with Jimmy. I'm not sure what we have at Huntington Oaks, but I'm going to check that out exactly. But we have been keeping up with our scanning. We had U.S. Imaging do a lot of ours, which helped a lot. So there are some departments that are doing some. So I don't want you guys to think that none of us are doing it, because we have been doing it.
good suggestions. One of the only last things I want to make sure, because we had talked about it earlier, just sort of some clear direction for policy and the budgetary numbers. We will no longer have that number in there of what, 700, or was it 600,000? I think it was 600,000 is what is in that recommended option for the election commission. Let's just, for a safe number until we can figure it out, we'll drop $500,000 off of that, drop that down to 100,000 just for safeness. I imagine that will not be enough, or that will be plenty, and we won't use that, and we'll have time to move forward. But for them budgeting purposes, just take a good chunk of that out of there until we got back, and then we might not even need that 100,000, but at least it's there, and that one we could adjust fairly quickly. All right, consensus on that? I'm seeing heads okay. Paul, I might have the shortest meeting on record in land use. I think we're getting ready to set the longest meeting for a county board. But realistically, I'm very thankful this has been very solid policy discussion to move forward. Are we done, Member Salzer?
Earlier, you made a comment about the people on this board coming to the infrastructure. And I want you to know you should have a lot of confidence in it, even though I happen to be the chairman. I want to assure you that everybody, I think, that's on that committee, they would be open to any suggestion that you made, and or they might, I should say, they might not be, and they would tell you right out. But if they were, they would bring it to us, and you can tell who these people are. We've got both the chairman and the vice chairman as members of that committee. We have, of course, Terry. We have Danny Kelch. These people have worked in the industry. And we have Betty Duncan over here, and we also have Matt Windish. And these people know what it is when we talk about infrastructure. And I want to assure you that you've got a good committee to come to and talk to, and they'll do a great job for you. I've been on this board about a little over 20 years, I guess, and I'll tell you what, I think I've got the best group of people that I've ever had to work with on a committee.
All right, we're moving off projects unless I hear any last calls. Does staff on that one, we have clear direction moving forward? Any questions that would be left outstanding? Member Renault.
We were just asking what we were going to do with that the $955,000 that was not allocated to anything yet.
Great question, Mr. Renault. So, in the multiple page handout, or the 2-page handout that was at your desk this evening, there's almost $30 million worth of capital improvement projects. I think so that we have a framework for Mr. Salzer's committee. I think as I've been standing here listening to the debate and the discussion, I think we're going to create a tool. I don't know what it looks like just yet, but we're going to create a tool so that all of you can get that list of capital improvement projects and then prioritize them, so whether it be a survey or some type of interactive, budget tool where we've got X number amount of dollars to spend, which is more than what we started with tonight. As you prioritize those capital improvement projects, that number will eventually get down to 0, and that will be your individual prioritization, and then we'll try and then take that to Mr. Salzer's committee, and that is the starting point for Phil's for the work that Phil's committee is going to do.
Can I want to get some feedback per se on that? I think Rob brought up a very good point tonight of the bicentennial coming up. I think loud and clear, some of the exterior projects need to rise to the top. I don't want to bog down surveys and get into the muffin monster or other things. There's certain things that nobody's going to know what they are or anything. But I would say, is there, from Bob or to staff, some clear direction to move these exterior projects at a higher rate? Those don't need to be on a survey of where a month from now we're doing that. I think, is there clear direction to you to move forward with fountains, trying to get the exterior concrete and stuff moving forward? I just want we've been waiting so long on some of these things. I don't want to bog it down anymore where we have another policy debate over the muffin bonser versus the convert monolithic to modular cells over. I trust staff to prioritize some of these projects on where they fall and come to us. I think the board's clear direction is to move forward on some of the exterior so that this courthouse for our 200th is looking at its best. Does that solve that a little quicker?
It does. I mean, and so just for the benefit of the board, we actually have preliminary designs to make major improvements to the grounds of the entire block. So not the building itself, but the grounds, because we had applied for a grant from the state, which we did not get. But that project scope was $2 million worth of improvements to the grounds. So we have a line of sight on that already.
Did that include relighting the trees with maybe more up-to-date lighting?
I don't specifically recall if it did that, Mr. Renault, but I know what it did do is we were looking at definitely LEDs, preferably programmable around the parapet of the building. As an example, the hard maples that are along Hamilton, those are tall enough now that we actually can't get a lift to put lights in those trees. So we don't put lights in those trees anymore because we're not going to bring in a crane versus having a lift.
Okay. Hopefully I didn't muddy the waters. Staff,
No,
clear direction?
We're good.
Okay. Last slide.
Just last slide. Your financial policies say when we get a grant, we pay ourselves first. And then with whatever's left over, then we buy something or we deliver the services. So under the guidelines, there's $148,552 that we could apply towards grant administration. That would go towards salary and benefits of Heather and people in the finance department, myself and people in county administration, so that, and it would be distributed. Heather will figure out how to distribute it. But that, based on the what the formulas are, that's the amount of money that we could use instead of, say, using general fund revenue dollars to pay for a part of my salary, a part of Heather's salary and benefits. We can use these dollars.
We're at all categories. Questions for that?
Yeah. Well, this is where we started the night. It's not where we finished.
I do want to make one point where he had talked about grants. I think it was mentioned. We're lucky, and I don't remember the amount. Was it $250,000? We did receive a state grant in the upcoming budget when it is appropriated for use at the jail.
It's $200,000. Senator Kaler put it in the budget implementation bill. It's to continue MEP, which is a mechanical, electrical, and plumbing project. So the cell block or housing unit restoration project that has been ongoing to get cells that had been long deactivated during COVID when jail population was much smaller, and 40 plus years of plumbing. Those need to be repaired, and in some cases components replaced. We've been working through that on a pay-as-you-go basis using our time and materials, plumber and electrician and so forth. Senator Kaler put $200,000 into the state fiscal year 25 budget for that project as well. So I don't know which agency. I think it's going to be DCEO, but I don't know yet, and when that will be available, but there's been money appropriated.
And to that point, there's been multiple cells that have been not being able to be used. We had a rough estimates. This is a good talk of a design build type project with our in-house. We have contractual agreements at a very, very good rate with multiple contractors in town. Those were estimated, I think, at $7,500 a cell. I believe we've been putting those out for about $2,500 on a T&M contract with the contractors that we have light agreements with. So we've been saving $5,000 a cell working with those contractors. I think we've been even purchasing some of the stuff ourselves to make that go forward. I have to give a lot of credit to the sheriff and Sean Stanley and his team for working that through. But there's a lot of things, took a lot of things off the list at the jail. There's still a lot of things there, but the sheriff's been great to work with. Like one of the things that was talked about was on intake, about, machines coming in. We have a standard metal detector. They really need one of the more full body scanners. We don't have that yet, but that's probably one of the things that needs to be prioritized as people go into jail and move up for the sheriff somewhere along the budget. But I will say kudos to all the electeds. They've been very good and open to working with to try to make some of these things move forward. So I just wanted to share that grant. That's going to get more cells. We've had cells that were not operational without inmates in that are now operational. So would there be any outstanding questions of ARPA? This is probably the best, longest discussion for ARPA dollars that we've had since we've gotten ARPA dollars, so I do appreciate that. Staff, is there any questions left outstanding?
No, Mr. Chairman.
With that, at 9:53, meeting adjourned.